mujja mu mbeera era nga mu kafubo ke tubaddemu obwedda ayogera mu nnyivu lya nsusso.
And then after his arrest this morning, then we'll start getting threats that the police, the army, they are coming to attack the palace to pick up the Musenga. Until we find it very difficult that could cause another bloodshed.
Ono ng'abadde yeenaanize enkofiira gy'agamba nti amagye atutegeezezza nga bw'abadde omwetegefu gasimbagana ne poliisi oluvannyuma lw'okukitegeerako nti waliwo enteekateeka ez'okumukwata.
So I did not want to go as a civilian. I decided that if they come to arrest me, I would rather go as a soldier because it is my professional.
Kyokka ajjukiza gavumenti nti ekyokutyobula abakulembeze ab'ensikirano singa tekikomekkerezebwa gavumenti yandikyejjusa.
Cultural leaders are not made, are born, and are put there by people, not by the government. Omukonzo can stand any weapon when he has no weapon in his hand. He can stand against any weapon. So we don't like that clashes.
Mu nsonga ezayogera omukulembeze eggwanga ku ntandikwa ya Ssabbiiti eno okweba ebigenda mu maaso e Kasese n'ebundi bujjo Mumbere amwanukudde.
The government must deal with the cultural issues in the region without bias. Much of the misunderstandings in this region are caused by some local self-seeking politicians and the central government.
Ng'omukulembeze mu kitundu kino agamba nti waliwo ensonga ntoko eziyinza okuba nga ze zaaviirako okulwanagana kuno okubaawo nga n'emu ku zo kyekya Pulezidenti Museveni okugaana okuwuliriza ensonga z'abantu abamu naddala ku bukulembeze obw'ensikirano.
They are Batuku there, they are Bambute, they are Bakonzo, they are Bulebule who call themselves Rio Bamba. All those people told the president that they are not behind of danger. But before the president could listen to that, he rushed to impose a kingdom on other ethnic groups.
Oluvannyuma lw'okukwatibwa kwa Katikkiro w'obwa Rwenzururu, embeera mu Kasese ekyali ya bunkenke nga n'abantu abamu balina okutya olw'ensonga nti tebamanyi kikiddako.
Kaihura alina okuexplaininga kino ekintu abakonjo n'abanyonnyola ya bunkenke ate okukwatibwa kwa minisita kugenda kwongerera ddala ati obunkenke.
Julius Senkandwa,
NTV akawungezi ab'ebyokwerinda ebundi bujjo Ntoroko ne Kasese baweze enkola ebadde egunjiddwa abantu okwekolamu obubinja obubakuuma n'okulawuna ekiro. Ab'ebyokwerinda batya nti abalumbaganyi bayinza okugira mu bubinja buno ne bakola effujjo e Ntoroko. Abantu 12 bakwatiddwa e Ntoroko ng'abamu ku bo balina ebisinga amafumu, obutayimbwa, amajambiya n'ennyondo.
Mu lukuŋŋaano lw'abannamawulire olw'abakulira ebyokwerinda mu bitundu bya Rwenzori olukubiddwa mu kibuga kya Fort Portal olunaku lwa leero, omwogezi w'amagye ow'ekibinja ekyokubiri Major Ronald Kakulungu ategeezezza nga bakyagenda mu maaso n'okwata abantu abagezaako okutabangula emirembe.
Basobodde okukwata abantu 12. Bano babadde balina era amafumu, balina ebiso, balina obuteeyimbwa, balina ennyondo, era tubadde tusuubira nti babadde bagezaako era okugezaako okulumba tomanya nga poliisi oba enkambi y'amagye oba abantu ba bulijjo.
Abakulira ebyokwerinda eno balagidde abamu ku batuuze okukomya omuze ogw'okutambulira mu bibinja ekiro nga bakutte mu kaweefube gwe badde batandise okwekuuma.
Tetwagala abantu bakikole kugamba nti bekolamu obubinja bafune nabo ebyokulwanyisa ebyabwe mujja okusangira ate abalala bagamba katugule emundu oba katugende naffe tunoonye emundu awalala. Ekyo kiyinza okwongera ku kizibu.
Bano balabudde n'abantu naddala abavubuka mu bitundu by'eno okwewala okulimbibwa n'ebintu ng'eddogo kyebagamba nti kyaviirako bangi kuba okufa.
Abantu abakutte batugambye bali mu lusozi mu mountain ne babagamba tebagenda n'abakazi tebeegatta n'abakazi tebalya emmere enfumbe n'ebirala ne babawa n'eddagala ngo amasasi tegajja kubakuta.
Amagye nga kw'otadde ne ba RDC okuva mu bitundu by'eno bategeezezza nga bwe basobodde okusunsulasunsulamu mu bantu abaakwatibwa nga kati abasigaddewo okubuuzibwa ebibuuzo bali 56 e Toroko ne Bundibujjo ate 55 e Kasese. Pano bategeezezza nti mu kaseera kano tewali kutya kwonna era basabye abantu baddemu okutambuza emirimu gyabwe.
Bizinesi ezaali zaggalwawo kati nzigule, obutale bukola bulungi, amasomero n'amalwaliro byonna bikola bulungi. Tukyagenda mu maaso n'okunoonyereza ku bantu bano.
Oluvannyuma lw'obutabanguko olwatandika ku Lwomukaaga ne bukumira ekitundu kino ku bunkenke, NTV esobodde okutuukako mu maka g'omudinja Wabamba, Retired Lieutenant Colonel Martin Kamya, ng'ono yakulira Ababamba n'ategeeza nti ali mu mbeera nnungi. Suhail Mugabi, NTV, Akawungezi.
Waawo, gavumenti ennyonnyodde embeera eri e Kasese, Bundibujjo n'Entoroko eyavuddeko abantu abasoba mu 65 okufa. Minisita w'ebyokwerinda Dr. Crispus Kyo ng'abuulidde Paalamenti nti ekitundu kino kirimu ebirumira bingi omuli n'ensonga y'ettaka. Bo ababaka baagala kumanya wa ab'ebyokwerinda gye babadde nga bino bigwawo.
The tragic events of last weekend deserve the condemnation of all right-minded people. Intensive investigations are ongoing to find the basis of the attack and the leaders of this heinous plan. The deployments in the affected areas have been stepped up both by the police and the army.
We need to check ourselves, Madam Speaker, but I don't believe that it is the only way that so what is to this violence. We should investigate and reach to the bottom issue of the matter. Before we take action on the attackers, we should take action on the people who are supposed to oversee the security of this country and they do not do their work.
Tukyagenda maaso na NTV Akawungezi. Ababaka abaagobwa mu kibiina ki NRM bakyaliko akaseko kubanga kkooti ensukkulumu esazeewo bagire nga basigala mu Paalamenti okutuusa nga okwemulugunya kwe baatwala mu kkooti etaputa amateeka kuwuliddwa. Kkooti etaputa amateeka yali esazeewo nti bano bave mu Paalamenti n'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kateeketeeke okujjuza ebifo byabwe. Theodore Sekikubo owa Lwemiyaga, Muhammad Nsereko wa Kampala Central, Barnabas Tinkasimiro owa Buyaga East ne Wilfred Nwagaba owa Ndorwa be bali wakati wa bino byonna. Omulamuzi John Wilson Sekoko yasomye okusalawo kw'abalamuzi banne bwe bawulira ensonga eno. Sipiika wa Paalamenti n'omumyuka we nabo balagiddwa obutataataaganya bakulu bano kubanga bakyali babaka ba bitundu byabwe abajjuvu. Abakwasisa empisa mu NRM baagoba ababaka bano ne bagenda ne mu kkooti nga baagala bafulume Paalamenti.
Ntinno ekibiina nga NRM tekyayina buyinza okujjawo eddembe awamu n'okusalawo kwa bannayuganda, eddembe eriwabwa mu ssemateeka era mwe tulonderwa okujja mu Paalamenti. Tetukiikirira kibiina, tukiikirira abantu bannayuganda.
Ekikolebwa abalamuzi kya lwatu kituufu era bakakasizza nti amazima gajja kubaawo olubeerera. Nerino ejjoogo bannaffe lye baagala okukola ku bannayuganda kisobola ddikkiriza. Waliwo ambuziza nti mukyali b'NRM, tetukyali.
Kkooti ekkiriza nti ddala ffe tugumizeemu tukiikira abantu baffe, tukiikira bannayuganda ate tukyali bakiise.
Olw'okuba ebigendererwa byaffe bye bimu, bajje tugatte amaanyi oba mu DP oba mu ngeri ki oba n'okusingira ddala mu mugendo gw'okusindiikiriza ekizibu ekyajjira ensi eno. Tusindiikirize omusajja atuviire.
NTV Akawungezi. Poliisi etubuulidde nga bw'ekutte omuvuzi wa mmotoka z'empaka Ponsiano Lwakataka gwerudde nga ewenja ku byekuusa ku kuvuba obwennyanja obuto n'okubukukusa okubusaza ensalo. Lwakataka wakunnyonnyola era ebirala ebikwata ku kuba abaserikale.
Ku nkomerero y'omwezi oguwedde, poliisi e Kasese ng'eri wamu n'abalwanyisa envuba embi bakwata obwennyanja obuto obwali bukukusibwa okutwalibwa e Congo nga kigambibwa nti bwali bwa Ponsiano Lwakataka.
That one is not a government official, he is just a business man. the owner of this lorry. This one, they are the ones they claim that he had a pistol and he shot at them.
Kigambibwa nti Lwakataka yasobola okwemulula n'adduka era ng'okuva olwo poliisi ebadde muyigga. Wabula Lwakataka yategeeza NTV gye buvuddeko nti mu kwemulula okudduka waliwo okuwanyisiganya amasasi era ne gakwata emmotoka ye.
Nakyo mukisa mulungi esasi tigankwata byaliwo bakuba motoka yange gye nali ntambuliramu entono.
Lwakataka yavayo n'awakanya ekya poliisi okumunoonya era n'ategeeza nti bamusibako matugambuzi kumuliisango.
Ate batadde mawulire ndi wanted tewali annoonya ebyo birimba propaganda abawa abamawulire bulusente bagatekamu kanutekamu kali.
Kyokka olwaleero poliisi ng'ekozesa bambega baayo esobodde okumukwata ng'emusanze mu industrial area wano mu Kampala.
Abambega ne bagendawo mu kitundu kyabadde ateebereza okubeeramu n'akwatibwa era kati akuumibwa wansi wa Jinja Road Police Station.
Ono agenda kuggulwako emisango egiwerako.
Yalwanagana n'akuba abasirikale abalwanyisa envuba embi. Yakukusa obwennyanja obuto n'abuyisa ku checkpoint emu. Loole yasooka yakwatibwa n'eyokubiri n'ekwatibwa naye ye yasobola okwemulula n'adduka e Kasese n'adda e Kampala.
Obudde bwonna okuva kati agenda kutwalibwa e Kasese gye yaddiza emisango gino. Peter Moes, NTV Akawungeezi.
Bannannyini masomero ag'obwannannyini balaalise gavumenti nti singa egenda mu maaso n'okubateekako emisolo egyalangirwa mu mbalira ya 2014-2015 bakwerwanako. Olwaleero abantu bano bawadde Sipiika Rebecca Kadaga ekiwandiiko ne baweera okusomba abayizi be basomesa babayiwe ku Parliament balaga obutali bumativu.
Mu mbalira y'ebyensimbi eyakatandika, gavumenti yalangirira nti ezizzaawo omusolo gwe yali yasonyiwa amasomero g'obwannannyini.
This measure is expected to generate 15 billion.
Omusolo gugenda okuggibwa ku masomero gwe gwa income tax ebitundu 3 ku buli 100 ebyamagoba ge bafuna mu masomero gaabwe. Bino olwagudde mu matu g'abannannyini masomero gano kwe kusituka ne balumba Paalamenti etunule mu nsonga eno.
Tukwatirako beera bombola. Ffe tukwata gavumenti tulina omwoyo gw'eggwanga ogulumirwa ebyenjigiriza. Income tax ya 30% ku masomero gaffe egenda kudda ku bazadde ne ku baana.
Enkola eno egenda kuzingamya abateeka ssente mu byenjigiriza. Enkola eno egenda kujja abasomesa abasinga obungi nga bali mu private schools ku mirimu ng'ate gavumenti tejja kubawa mirimu.
Bano bagamba nti balina ebbaluwa yawandiikibwa Pulezidenti Museveni nga yeeyama obutabaggyako misolo naye kyokka kino tekyatekebwa mu nkola.
Ebipande byonna babisazeeyo ng'ate yunula erini charge yalaga nti tetulina kusasula era ebyo byonna tubikootinze mu kiwandiiko. Trading License Act eya Uganda tekkiriza okuggibwako license ebintu byonna ebikozesebwa mu ssomero nga biri ku mulamwa ogw'okuweereza obuyigirize tebiteekeddwa kuggibwako musolo.
Bategeeza Sipiika wa Paalamenti singa gavumenti tewulira kye bagamba bagenda kukunga abayizi wamu ne bazadde baabwe bagumbe ku Paalamenti oba oliawo lwe banaawulirizibwa.
Era kinadda tujja baleeta bonna batambule tujja ate tuddemu tukole pulaani ey'okubiri. Tusaba nno gavumenti nga tetunnakikola. Nga tetunnakola kintu ekyo ffe tetugenda mu ebyo bya kutambula kalakala. Tulina amakubo era tutandika okugenda okusinkana pulezidenti waffe.
Amasomero g'obwannannyini ge gasinga obungi mu ggwanga okugeza Kampala yokka erimu amasomero g'obwannannyini agasukka mu 3,600.
Nga gavumenti egenda okuwithdrawinga abaana n'olwekyo bateekwa okuteekawo omusolo. Yo primary gavumenti oba yagyerabira.
Sipiika Rebecca Kadaga yeeyamye okutwala okwemulugunya kwabwe eri Paalamenti ekutunulemu. Jingo Francis, NTV Akawungeezi.
Abakulira eddwaliro erya Case Hospital mu Kampala batubulidde nti embeera y'omwana wa Francis Kigundu kati amaze emyezi 5 ng'asizza ku byuma bya oxygen egenda eyongera okulongooka weewaawo kikyetaagisa ssente nnyingi okumujjanjaba. Olwaleero ab'ekibiina ekitaba amakampuni ga insuwa kye Uganda Insurers Association badduukiridde omwana ono n'obukadde bwa siringi 5 ziyambeko mu kumujjanjaba.
Hello. Hello. How are you?
From the Uganda Insurance Association and Liberty Life, we'd
much.
like to hand over 5 million shillings
Thank you very
for Francis Chigundu. Thanks very much. We should look at the welfare of others who are not fortunate enough to get the best treatment possible for them to survive. And we are making this donation to help him with his medical bills at Case Medical.
Francis is showing signs of strong recovery. He can move his hands now, he can move his head, he can move his legs. He has put on weight, as you see him. Francis has put on a serious fight. He's a very strong boy. He's on his way to recovery. 1, 2,
Eriemu n'eddakiika 19 tugenda kuwummulamu tudda n'ekitundu ekyokubiri naye kankubulire ebimu ku bikirimu. Louis van Gaal omutendesi wa Netherlands agamba abazanyi be babiri baaganya okukuba penalty esooka ekiyinza okuba nga kyassa obuvumu bw'abalala.
Ekipopo ebyobwerere jangu birabe jangu towakana ku Airtel Money akakadde kagwirawo buli deire.
Yes, towakana with 1 million shillings up for grabs every day. Kagwira woku Airtel Money. Simply send and receive money. Top up your airtime or data. Pay for utility bills, groceries, fuel, and much more with Airtel Money. And you could be one of the day's 5 lucky winners. And if Mr. Money and his crew find you making a transaction, you win cash on the spot. Terms and conditions apply.
Airtel Money. Simple, secure, instant.
Mu byemizannyo olwaleero omutendesi wa ttiimu eya Netherlands Louis van Gaal agamba nti abazanyi be babiri baaganye okukuba penalty esooka mupiira gwa semi-final Argentina mwe yabawangulidde ku penalty. Wadde nga ttiimu eno yakola bulungi mu kusimula penalty bwe yali ezanya ne Costa Rica ezajjo penalty zaaganye era bw'etyo Argentina neeyitawo okugenda ku final ejja kuba ekwatagana ne Germany.
Omutendesi Louis van Gaal wabula abazanyi bana babiri abaaganya okusumula penalty aganya okuboogera kyokka ng'agamba nti singa omu ku bo yakkiriza kyandiresewo enjawulo mu ngeri gye baasambye. Abasambi mwabadde Ron Val ne Wesley Sneijder penalty zaabwe zaakwatiddwa omukwasi wa ggoolo ya Argentina Sergio Romero. Ono nno van Gaal yennyini yamuyigiriza okukwata penalty. Bano okugenda mu kakodyo k'okusumula penalty kyaddidde okulemagana mu ddakiika 9 n'endala 30 ezayongeddwamu nga tewali alengedde katimba ka munne. Kinajjukira mu mpaka za quarter final mu kikopo kino kye kimu Netherlands ewangula Costa Rica ku kakodyo k'okusumula penalty naye nga ku luno byaganye. Omuzannyi Robin van Persie ng'amanyiddwa mu kusumula penalty yabadde amaze okusikizibwa Ron Val era nga lwe abagamba nti singa yabadde mu kusumula penalty osanga wandibaddewo enjawulo. Netherlands kati yakutuka ne Brazil okusalawo anawangula ekifo ekyokusatu.
It's in and Argentina are real bound. The South American World Cup has a South American finalist after all. The American arm must roll out its red carpet for its most rivalrous visitors of all.
Lyabadde essanyu mu kiro ekyayise. Germany ne Argentina bajja kuba bagwanganako bemale egayaŋŋano mu final ey'ekikopo kino ekyensi yonna. Katuulira abamu ku bantu bye bagamba etwafunye.
Argentina erina okukuba Germany lwa nsonga Germany eyo abasambi baayo baleka tebakwatagana nga aba Argentina. Aba Argentina Messi ne Higuain ne gundi ne Di Maria bakwatagana nnyo.
Sinza semi-finals bwe zitambudde ndabe nga Germany ekoze nnyo enkyukakyuka mu gundi yayo era esobola okutwalira ddala ekikopo ejja kukuba Argentina goolo nga 2-0.
Ejja twala ekikopo lwa nsonga abazannyi abasinga obungi basambira waka ate bonna bamanyikiddwa. Olaba okwange Germany ejja kukuba Argentina goolo zijja kuba 2-1.
Nsubira Germany ejja kutwala ekikopo kino kubanga engero gyesamba olaba nti esquaringa nnyo compared ne Argentina. Argentina ebadde eyitawo naye ng'eyitawo ku chances goal emu bagenze ku penalties.
Argentina balirayinze nnyo ku muntu omu ate aba Germany bazannya nga ttiimu.
Germany ekikopo eringa ekikutteko amakkati
abazanyi balungi okusinga kuba Argentina balina empisa mu kisaawe tebakola nnyo bisobu abajamani beegendereza basamba bulungi abazanyi bagogofu.
NTV akawungeza ebyemizannyo bye bifundikidde tetugenda kusukkawo awo.
NTV, turning on your world.
Sometimes children have amazing ideas, but they can lead to tough stains. And for tough stains, there's new Omo Fast Action. Its super fast cleaning technology removes stains fast. New Omo, no one removes tough stains faster.
Program Guide is brought to you by
Jessa Smooth Yogurt.
Program Guide.
Jessa Smooth Yogurt comes in various flavors like vanilla, strawberry, and banana. Jessa Farm Dairy. Always trusted, always delicious.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Friday morning. It's a Friday and yeah, we are here to start your weekend off. We are going to be dancing all the way till 9 o'clock. Thank you for joining us, whether you are on air or online. It's beautiful that you've been able to join us for this show. Now, I'm told Brian is standing by. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Mabel, and we're still here at the rooftop, not been sleeping here, but it's a Friday morning, very hazy, and you can think it's almost night time. But Morning at NTV is definitely ready to get you started this beautiful Friday. And of course, as usual, let's get underway with the question of the day. Of course, head over to our Facebook page, Morning at NTV, and help us answer those simple questions. You can also use Twitter at Morning at NTV. Speaking of Twitter, at Stella Openi Tomu, you answered correctly the question and you have won yourself an NTV mag. At Yahweh Andrew and at wait, I lost that. At Yahweh Andrew and at Stella Openi 2. Please come and pick up your NTV mags today. We're also getting some guys who came in, you know, from up country to come and pick their mags. Who show you later in the show and have evidence that they've picked them. The rest of you, good luck. Remember, fast fire respondents will walk away with that beautiful mag. Now back at you, Mabel, in the NTV studios with the stories that are shaping the headlines this morning. Morning, Mabel.
Once again, and thank you very much. I haven't seen you with chai today. I don't know what happened. Maybe you've given all the cups away. But do keep on sending your answers. The first 5 people to answer correctly do walk away with a beautiful morning at NTV Mag. We will continue by looking at some of the news following the arrest yesterday of the Rwenzururu Kingdom Prime Minister. The Umsinga Wesley Mumbere has warned the government that more arrests will result in havoc in the area. Mumbere also responded to President Museveni's earlier statement in which he blamed the clashes on the region's cultural leaders in the region. Mumbere said politicians and government, which he accuses of playing double standards in managing cultural affairs of the area, are spearheading the tension. Until yesterday evening, police had remained tight-lipped on the arrest of Premier Noah Nzagale.
It is close to a week now since tribal clashes broke out in Kasese, leaving at least 10 people dead. In a twist of events, the police today arrested the Prime Minister of the Rwenzururu Kingdom, Noah Nzagale. Nzagale was taken from his office in Kasese town. This move has angered the Omusinga of Rwenzururu, Wesley Mumbere.
I don't think the Omusinga is very happy to hear that the Prime Minister of the Omusinga is under arrest without even consulting us. And then after his arrest this morning, then we'll start getting threats that the police, the army, they are coming to attack the palace to pick up the Omusinga.
Mumbere cautioned police and other security agencies that if they dare arrest him, as it is being rumored, his subjects will not fail to defend him.
If they use force to attack the palace with intention to arrest Omusinga, I don't think that my security would accept it. They would rather put their lives on the line of death. So the Omusinga is asking the government to respect the integrity of Omusinga as a recognized kingdom.
Mumbere also attacked the government on what he called the continued belittling of cultural leaders. He added that the government cannot impose upon a leader, but rather the population can determine what they want.
The government must deal with the cultural issues in the region without bias. Cultural leaders are not made, are born, and are put there by people, not by the government.
In reaction to President Museveni's message on the clashes in Kasese, where he accused the leaders in the district of having participated in planning the attacks, Mumbere retorts that it is the favoring of chiefdoms with well-established kingdoms that has led to clashes among such communities.
Government restored and recognized the cultural institutions in the country, but it does not respect and protect them. Instead, the government sides with those who attack the recognized cultural institutions.
Land and revenge, among other issues, could have played a part in the build-up to the clashes following the history of the Basongora and the Bakonzo tribes.
The land tensions in the Bigando have been on and off for about 10 years without conclusive solution. So to claim that the attacks were a demonstration of the Bakonzo's objection to Obudingia is misplaced.
The army has warned some of the communities in the Rwenzururu region to desist from forming their own defense mechanisms. I beg your pardon. The army has warned some of the communities in Rwenzururu region to desist from forming their own defense mechanisms, such as working in groups as a way of protecting themselves from attackers. The security team also revealed that they have arrested 12 suspects who were carrying weapons like spears, machetes and iron bars and could not clearly explain their motives. For now, they give assurance that the situation is under control.
While addressing the press this morning in Fort Portal, the heads of security in the Rwenzururu region revealed that they are still apprehending more people with intentions of causing mayhem.
In Intoroko district, 12 people were arrested by a joint patrol of Uganda People's Defense Forces and the Uganda Police. These people were found with weapons similar to those that were used in the attacks last weekend. They had 3 spears, they had 5 pangas, they had iron bars and hammers. And we think they had an intention of also attacking either one of the police stations or a village nearby, Karugutu.
The security team, led by the resident district commissioners and the army, also warned people in the area who seem to have adopted a new defensive mechanism of moving in groups with weapons.
So in the communities where people are trying to mobilize themselves into guard groups or into defense, individual village or county or sub-county defense mechanisms, that one we don't agree with it. We want to ask them instead to keep volunteering information.
They have also gone ahead to warn the youth to desist from acts of witchcraft, a major reason as to why many of the attackers were killed by UPDF forces.
It is like a cult, because they are not supposed to have sex, they are not supposed to eat cooked food, and actually they were sprinkled or smeared with herbs, and they told them that these herbs would protect them from the bullets.
So we tell the public to stop that Precambrian primordial methods which has been overtaken by times.
The army spokesperson of the 2nd Division says so far they have cut down the numbers of the suspects after screening, zeroing down to 56 in Bundibujo and Toroko districts and 55 in Kasese district. For now, they are still continuing to preach the message of safety for the people in the regions.
Parents to make sure that their youths do not go into subversive actions, especially which are related to genocide.
6 days since the horrific incident that saw a score of people getting killed in Bundibujo, NTV managed to catch up with Omdinja Wabamba, retired Lieutenant Colonel Martin Kamia, who is also the cultural head of the Bamba ethnic community. Suhail Mugabi, NTV, Bundibujo District.
The Member of Parliament for Konjo County West, Dr. Crispus Kionga, addressed Parliament yesterday afternoon on the clashes in the Rwenzururu region. He sought to explain what had happened and the steps the government was taking. While he cited a breakdown in the internal security agencies, other members of Parliament were of the view that cultural institutions are causing more harm than good.
Not give certain information now because there are investigations going on in preparation for court action. But we think we have a lead. We believe we have a lead which is going to lead us to elements who are behind these atrocities. First of all, deal with the planners who planned all this. Secondly, help the youth who are duped. Now they know that witchcraft doesn't work. They know that witchcraft does not protect anybody against bullets. But we'll also see how to reintegrate them in the population.
Him rushing to amnesty to the attackers before they dig the real cause of the attack, as if they are failed to investigate, as if they don't know the attacker, and they are saying, you come, you are a brother. Thanks for killing. We are giving you amnesty. That shows a relaxed in our security. I therefore will move a motion for abolition of all kingdoms because they are nonsense. They have not added anything to our GDP. They have only added anything, they have only added bloodshed.
The biggest problem is having cultural institutions without clear regulations and policies that should govern the manner in which they are going to conduct the business. Now, because of that, we are seeing self-styled individuals who are coming up with all sorts of approaches and misleading the youth into suicidal missions, like we have seen in Bundibujo. So for me, I think government has got to revisit this issue of establishment of cultural institutions.
The boundaries of kingdoms need to be clearly defined because if they are not properly defined, they can be misused by elements within the kingdoms to cause problems.
The Cabinet has ratified the 2014 Mutual Defence Pact signed by Uganda, Kenya and Rwanda. The Cabinet's nod follows a series of meetings amongst the three heads of state and a memorandum of understanding signed to concretize the treaty.
On the 20th of February this year, Presidents Paul Kagame of Rwanda, Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya, and Yoweri Museveni of Uganda signed a memorandum of understanding, effecting a mutual defense pact.
The pact is in compliance with the provisions of the Memorandum of Understanding on the fast-tracking of the East African integration.
The pact seeks to provide mutual and collective defense measures to be undertaken collectively by partner states to ensure peace, stability and security. The Cabinet has taken a step towards the actualization of the treaty.
Cabinet therefore noted that the pact is in consistency with the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and other laws in force in Uganda, and would not necessitate an amendment of any law. It therefore approved the ratification of the Mutual Defence Pact by Parliament.
The tripartite arrangement is derived from the East African Protocol on Cooperation and Defence Affairs, which was passed by all the member states and allows them to have their own arrangements. According to the pact, the three states will later have a unitary defence system strong enough to bar threats.
Threats to national security, including armed attacks against a partner state, shall be considered threats to regional security.
It will involve a summit composed of three heads of state and two committees, one of defense ministers and the other of chiefs of defense forces from partner states. The engagement also intends to form the East African Standby Brigade, a regional force.
I have done this before.
The recent clashes in the southwestern Ugandan districts of Bundibujo, Kasese and Ntoroko have been put down to tribal differences. But some political scholars are spelling doom for Uganda if government and President Yoweri Museveni do not review the manner in which kingdoms and chiefdoms are created. Solomon Seranja now explores the question of cultural institutions and the toxic mix of politics in this special report.
Security agencies have blamed ethnic differences to the recent attacks in Bundibujo, Kasese, and Ntoroko districts. The fallout can probably be compared to a volcanic eruption following the long simmering tension between the smaller Bamba and the larger Bakonzo communities. President Museveni has always argued that cultural institutions promote unity and development in their areas, but some scholars on politics and good governance posit that the return of monarchies could lead the country in a dangerous path to ethnic chauvinism. A policy analyst, Godbert Mushabe, who is also the director of Great Lakes Institute for Strategic Studies, says the foundation on which monarchies were reintroduced was faulty.
When the government short-circuited the constitution-making process and decided to use the Army Council to be able to return the properties of Buganda Kingdom. And I think that was mistake number one, that from that point, the president projected himself as the giver of kingdoms and kingdom properties. So you don't have a system where the traditionalists or the monarchists are negotiating with the citizens of Uganda, with the formal institutions of state, to say this is the institution.
In 1993, President Museveni restored the four main kingdoms, Buganda, Bunyoro, Toro, and Busoga that President Milton Obote abolished in 1966. But as months turned into years, the president bent over backwards to demands from other cultural leaders to create new kingdoms and chiefdoms. Tumushabe argues that the president opened a Pandora's box that could only be closed at a very high cost.
Now, it should have been very easy to say we will restore kingdoms that existed in 1967 and be able to build upon that and create a dynamic system where there is mutual recognition and mutual respect between these institutions and government. But we've seen government deliberately create these small kingdoms. And unless one is naive, you realize that it is clearly deliberate to actually reduce the powers of the existing kingdoms.
In an attempt to protect young kingdoms and chiefdoms, President Museveni has on many occasions ordered security agencies to resist what he calls intimidation from the mighty kingdoms.
Pump action!
For today, no, My Highness.
You're here to fight for the Bagwisi Bamba.
Not why I'm here.
Ati abantu bano omugenzi Kawamala, omugenzi Mukirane, omugenzi Hati Mupadi. Ekyabalitie okulwana ekaba ly'ejogo. Atusobola okulwanisa ejogo kandi okajoga abantu. Nyowe tingonza jogo yona.
The result of this approach manifested in the 2009 Kayunga riots, when Buganda Premier John Baptist Walusimbi was blocked from going to Kayunga, an area under the Sabanyala, to prepare for the Kabaka's visit. The Kabaka was also blocked. This played out last year when government blocked the Omusinga, or the king of Rwenzururu Kingdom, from traveling to Bundibujo district, largely occupied by the Bamba ethnic group.
You see, the moment the government becomes an active player in a potentially controversial policy agenda or process like this one, it has basically reduced its legitimacy to be an arbiter in this process. And that is the crisis in which we find ourselves. So the government cannot be the one that goes to arbitrate between the Bamba and the Bakonjo.
Political history Don Mwambutsi and Devesa shares the same sentiments.
They attack government installations because they have a feeling that it is the central government that was behind the recognition of the Bundubujo cultural institution without first negotiating it with them to determine the boundaries, to determine the limits of which kingdom, which cultural area, and things like that. So they have a grudge with the center.
The return of Buganda Kingdom's properties also escalated grievances between cultural institutions and the central government.
But there are also other kingdoms that are demanding properties. A government that wants to create harmony, you would see that government sit, maybe write even a white paper and say, this is how we will resolve the properties of kingdoms. And you do it once and for all. But you see, you can't do it on a case-by-case basis. You exclude others, include this one.
Both political analysts read sinister moves behind the president's mind game.
Once we allow you to have your king, what is in it for us? When the other community says, no, for us we want our own district, you go in a transaction. If we give you a district, you will support us.
Whether President Museveni is trying to smoothen the rough edges of different cultural institutions ahead of the 2016 elections, or moving to create a better country of peace and unity through mutual respect, time will be the ultimate bearer of truth as regards Uganda's future. Solomon Serwanja, NTV.
You're still watching Morning at NTV this beautiful Friday, as Brian likes to say, employees' best day. And I'm so glad he's joining me in the studio. He's not pausing anymore, but he came with his cup of chai. I wonder how he was able to sneak it in. Well, Brian and Joel, good to have you join me in the studio. I need to join you one day up there on the rooftop. So what's happening in the papers?
Well, thank you so much, Mabel. Of course, I move with my coffee wherever I go.
Brian, you just grab that cup from here to there.
What is on this table belongs to me.
Yeah,
well, one, of course, not very surprising, but of course shocking, is that Uganda is the leader in East Africa when it comes to alcohol consumption. We'll be looking at that. Why Joel may not be a consumer of alcohol, but probably explain to us why we are breaking these records. We'll also introduce a new paper in the press review. Find out when we come back. Well, it's the 11th day of July 2019. This morning, woke up to the news that Uganda is leading in East Africa when it comes to alcohol consumption. But before we go there, good morning, Joel.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you. Talking about alcohol, what is that in your cup?
It's tea.
It is tea. Since we cannot see what is therein, we will believe you. That story is playing out actually on the third page of the Daily Monitor. Look, in this country, we drink more alcohol than we do drink milk. Could that explain the malnourishment? I heard of a story of a group of wealthy Ugandans that chartered a small plane. They were going somewhere. There were about 10 guys or so. So behind there, they all got drunk, they were on whiskey and all these things, got really, really drunk, and they were making noise. So one of them goes to the cockpit and tells the pilot that, teach me how to fly this thing. The pilot says, I will teach you if you do something for me. Go and make sure those guys shut up because they're making too much noise for me. So he goes back and comes back, and sure enough, there was silence. So the pilot asked him, how did you do it? And he said, look, I just opened the door and I told them to go and play from outside. I do not know how exactly that happened. But we seriously, we need to do something about this, It is very worrisome when people drink, they cannot work. When people drink, that is when cases of violence do rise up, domestic violence and the like. There's a lot of criminality. We need to do something about this.
Well, the statistics are 23.7% for Uganda in Burundi. Well, 23.7 liters per capita. And this is very worrisome. Just the other day we were looking at the consumption of shisha in bars.
Actually, I saw again in the Daily Monitor. We'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah.
Top on the Daily Monitor here, Mumbere speaks out. That is the Omusinga of Rwenzururu. This gentleman, yesterday, of course, he was clad in military fatigue, the hat, that is. I thought he was inciting a bit of violence. With due respect to the Omusinga, this is what he said. I said, I was told that the police were coming to arrest me. This is the reason I dressed in military attire. I didn't want to go as a civilian, but as a soldier, because that is my profession. He was telling these guys that, look, if you come against us, my people are not going to take this lying low. They will, be able to defend me. And I thought that was incitement of violence.
Do you blame him given the circumstances happening now? He's annoyed. He feels betrayed. He feels that his tribe is not being supported by the government. Do you blame him for the reaction?
It's a catch-22 situation. Look, the president did come out to insinuate that he, the Mumbere, and his leaders are responsible for this, partly, besides a number of other happenings. And maybe it's coming out in rebuttal. But for him to say that, look, if the police does come to arrest me, my young people will rally. I said my security will not even allow them to enter. And I thought that is wrong. Look, I do not have much trust for the police in this country, but they are the ones who have got the authority to, keep law and order. So I think we need to try and cooperate with them as we try and work on the bloopers there are. So for him to say that, look, when the police comes to arrest me, they will be attacked by my young people and that kind of thing. That is wrong, because he's sending out a message out there to young people that, look, irrespective of wherever you are, if these guys come say to arrest you and that kind of thing, beat them up. And so that means we will not see this ceasing anytime soon. It's very unfortunate.
Well, Mumbere says that the rebels of Rwenzururu are fighting him. Find out in the Daily Monitor who those rebels and enemies are.
There's a picture here on page 2 of the Daily Monitor. Locals prefer to keep, they prefer pots to circles for keeping savings. This was at a function where Minister Sam Kutesa, President of the UN General Assembly, donated some money for a school, a college, and another minister, and these guys put the money. It was a total of about 10 million shillings in a pot. And the minister said, look, take this money to a bank and, you know, circles. And they said, for us, we trust our rudimentary way of doing things, you know, and this goes to explain. You see, for example, when the markets do burn up, people rush there not to protect their property or anything. Money,
they keep the money in those.
They stash colossal sums of money, and these guys make money on a daily basis, lots of it. So they stash these sums of money under those, you know, their merchandise, and so whenever they're running in, they want to save their money. But I think we need to move away from these rudimentary
Have
methods.
banks done their job of telling people their use? Because I also find the only thing that banks have done well informing people about is loans. Right now, I'm getting phone calls from banks where I don't even have accounts. And first of all, I ask
hope you didn't get one from your wife. She's a bank.
No. It will be conflict of interest. But I ask myself, how did you even get my number? I do not have an account in your bank. They are pushing for loans. That's the only thing they understand.
Look, many people see banks as a gazumping machinery. They rip people off. You know, you look at the interest, the charges on a monthly basis and that kind of thing. So there is a mistrust. And that is why many locals prefer to keep this money under their beds, in pots, like these fellows. It's very unfortunate. I think the system, we need to keep working on it so that banks do not rip people off.
Right.
Some of these, I mean, you look at the charges and you're thinking, really, what exactly is this for? You know, it's uncalled for. However, you would, at the end of the day, rather lose that much that you pay in charges, as opposed to say it is under your bed. There's rats, or it is in the market and it gets banned. You know, it's another catch-22, but we need to find ways around this.
Well, in the Daily Monitor, still IGG Finance Minister deny hand in NSSF deals. We have insinuated before that the NSSF seems to be a caste entity of government.
We need to probably hold national prayers for the NSSF. It does concern everybody. You know, it is the biggest money holder with a portfolio of 4 trillion shillings, and it keeps going higher by the day.
Yeah.
And anybody would want to get a hold of this money, you know, siphon it and so on. And that is why there's a lot of mistrust. There's always bickering, you know, hovering over the NSSF. But we need to resolve this, because this money is a lot. It belongs to taxpayers, to Ugandans. We need to get value for this money. But that said, we should not just stash it away and keep it there and it stays there, because we fear that if it gets invested, they'll make the wrong investments and then our money
But I want to
disappears.
give it to NSSF, Joel. I think they have done some great investments in the past, though they didn't make a lot of business sense. But I think they are using.
So if they did make business sense, why do you call them great investments?
Well, anyway, at least they are not keeping the money in, you know, in the fund. It's working somewhere. They are going to build apartments. They've just put up a notice for bidders for apartments, I think in I forget the place, but they are luxury apartments, and they want people to come and buy them. So I think the money is being used to do that. However, I also agree that liberalization of the pension would maybe put them in the line.
Yeah, slowly but surely we need to do that, because you see, if there's many players, then there are better deals. Workers will go where they feel, okay, I can earn better interest, I can trust these people to, you know, manage my money, but I will need to go into the whole process of changing the law, etc., etc. But even now, the situation as it is, even as we think of liberalizing it, we I think need to give a bit of leeway to the NSSF to make some of these investment decisions, keep an eye on them without a doubt. But sometimes I think that, you know, government much of the time, because you see, when you delegate, it is eyes on but hands off. And that's why we keep seeing this conflict of interest. This minister, you know, is pushing us to buy his land or his property or to invest in his business and that kind of thing. So let's have eyes on and hands off.
I'm one of the people, I think you're referring to Temangalo, but...
And many others, conflict of interest and the like, you know. You're one of those who think what?
Who believe that Temangalo, if we have labeled it, say, corruption, and I think it was just using information, but anyone could do that. If I know, Joel, you're going to sell your car in 5 years, I am the one with that information.
Yeah, but if I'm in the position of, say, you know, the kind that the gentleman you're talking about is in, you want to be a little bit careful, because even though it is, like kept saying, willing buyer, willing seller, and that kind of thing, without a doubt, there will be questions to be raised. That should be raised, because as a government official, I mean, what guarantee is there that there was no underhand kind of happenings? Now, court clears rebel MPs to return to parliament. These guys have been given another lease of life. They are smiling all the way. This case has dragged on, and I keep thinking, let these chaps serve their term, finish it, and then, you know. But of course, the NRM is not about to bow. They will keep on and keep on pushing. But they've been told you can stay in Parliament until the case is entirely dealt with, because they kept trying to push them out and push them out. So there they are, smiling all the way. You killed my son. This is according to the father of the late Nsenga. He was telling his daughter-in-law. The case is on. She's a troubled lady, clearly it shows. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how this pans out eventually.
Well, government releases more youth cash and warns against misuse. We've, from time to time, talked about the capability and capacity of youth in this country to work and create jobs. And now money is being released. The other day, I hosted the program coordinator of youth livelihood. Is this going to be a solution for our youth?
I've not seen money being given to youth as a solution. We have done this year in, year out. I would want you to give me a reasonable number of young people's lives have been changed. Because at the end of the day, we are looking at so many youth that are living in squalid conditions, so many youth that are very disconsolate. So we need to give young people a hand up and not a handout, because you give them this little money, what will they do with it? They'll take it to sports betting, they'll take it to shisha smoking. I talk about shisha smoking. Archbishop Tagali here welcomes shisha ban. We're alluding to the fact that shisha ban is a lot more harmful than we tend to imagine. And then police is saying, look, we want to crack this and see how we ensure that our young people do not dig in.
Right.
Quote of the day. This is President Salva Kiir to Riek Machar rebels during the South Sudan's third independence anniversary. He said, put down your guns and come home. Mukome weka. Whether or not they will hit that call, your guess is as good as mine. We'll wait and see how
There's really nothing to celebrate about South Sudan. Yeah, the youngest nation in the world is troubled. Now, today is World Population Day, and the theme, again, focusing on young people and how we need to do something. Invest in young people today to ensure a bright future. And more than 78% of our population is below the age of 30. So if you're a young person, this could be something, an opportunity for you to harness. We introduced a new... please.
They keep telling us about, you know, a bigger population will ensure that we have a bigger market and that kind of thing. And I don't buy that. I find it very complicated to buy that. Because, look, if you're having this huge population, that is not a quality population, what are they going to use to be market, for example? You know, we keep relating to China. It's got a big population, so a big market. Because these guys have invested in their population. But if you're going to have a huge population who are always seeking out for handouts, and you're thinking it's going to help you, I'm not too sure about that. You want to run to next magazine as I look at what's in the Observer here. State House pay, more questions do emerge. There are people we did not see on this list. I'm not too sure I saw Tamale Mirundi's name on that list. Maybe I did miss it. The guy I keep pounding here.
Why would he be there?
He's a State House employee, is he not? He's always huffing and puffing and abusing anybody who dares the president. That's why I keep saying, this guy
but
here.
He admitted he's the president's dog. He will back.
Yeah,
he will back to protect his master. So,
look,
do you blame him?
You can do that euphemistically. You can do that in a manner that, because look, at the end of the day, it's important to rebut, yeah? But how you do it, you see, what you say is not as important as how you say it. And much of the time, this guy has a bit of sense, yeah? But you see, that also gets watered down when he goes out there and is abusing people, you know. Time and again, we've seen him abusing the speaker. And you're saying now, what this little guy called Tamare Mirundi,
what then is the difference? Because you guys keep abusing the president.
Which guys?
The opposition, politics, everyone abuses the president in this country. No, when he's
I think it is wrong. I think it is wrong.
When his press secretary tries to do the same thing, you're saying he's not allowed to do that.
It is wrong. If you're in the opposition and you abuse the president, I've said it here again, time and again. You know, it is wrong for you, whether opposition or whoever, to abuse the president. Likewise, it is wrong for His Excellency the President to abuse members of the opposition, calling them poisonous mushrooms and that kind of thing. And without a doubt, it is wrong for this chap called Tamare Mirundi to go around abusing people like the Speaker of Parliament and others. We need to run through this very quickly. Mwezi here says, I don't envy Mbabazi. You know, he came out the other day and said, look, we the Nyachigezi people, we don't support Mbabazi as it was reported the other day. There you have it. What is in that New Times? The New Times,
Well,
the
we
Rwandan paper?
introduce the daily from Rwanda, New Times. And one of the things that has caught my eye, Joel, is a new forensic facility to cut costs incurred on investigations. So our neighbors are finding ways to cut on the cost of investigations and actually also try and speed up the time investigations go. We have a forensic facility here in Chivuli, but when do we use it to speed up investigations?
You see, I see Rwanda and I'm thinking these guys know what they're doing, and that is why they are moving by leaps and bounds. Of course, I do have concerns about the human rights question in Rwanda. People there live in fear. I don't like the way the opposition is treated. I think people need to be given leeway to voice out their concerns as appropriately as they possibly can. You don't exactly see that in Rwanda. Media freedoms are very much curtailed in Rwanda. That is very worrisome. But that said, I think Rwanda is a country we can pick a leaf from, or for that matter, an entire forest. We need to wrap up the press review and come up with the big story. Interesting happenings there. In prisons, we do have these prisoners very ill-treated. We're going to have Frank Baine, the spokesperson of the Uganda prisons, coming and telling us what goes on behind bars there, you know, so that tomorrow, Brian Morondo, if you're taken up for whatever reason, we can be very sure that you are safe. We'll be right back after this short break.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
With 1 million shillings up for grabs every day, Kagwida Woku Airtel Money. Simply send and receive money, top up your airtime or data, pay for utility bills, groceries, fuel, and much more with Airtel Money. And you could be one of the day's 5 lucky winners. And if Mr. Money and his crew find you making a transaction, you win cash on the spot. Terms and conditions apply.
Airtel Money. Simple, secure, instant.
I'm going to blow your mind and I'm going to twist your taste buds. The flavors are already coming together. I can feel them. Very lovely, very appetizing, very healthy. Remember, the way you see it, the way you like it, is the way you get it from my kitchen to your kitchen.
The moment. When football was a cause.
Herrera dos Santos offside.
On the moment, live seized. Today, after 7-11.
Follow the beat, follow the beat, follow the beat, follow the beat. Follow the beat. Follow the beat, follow the beat, follow the beat, follow the beat.
Follow the beat.
Follow the beat, follow the beat.
Follow the beat.
Follow the beat, follow the beat, follow the beat, follow the beat.
Follow the beat.
On the change of government,
won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say they're shortly. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
There are concerns about torture in prisons in this country, all around the country. Look, these people are behind bars because they are criminals, suspected criminals, but is it warranted that they should be treated the way they are? We'll be talking about this with Frank Baine, the spokesperson of the Uganda prisons, when we get back shortly. Welcome to The Big Story. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Before we dig in, we want to show you a story that will, in many ways, help you understand what the discussion is going to be about.
43-year-old Yahaya Lukwago was sentenced to death in December 2003 for aggravated robbery, which occurred at Nkoma in Mbale in 2000. He claims his only crime was to drive robbers in his special hire cab. However, after the Susan Kigura verdict in the Supreme Court, which ruled that the death sentence is not mandatory, Yahaya walked to his freedom on the 20th this month, escaping the news of the hangman. Upon his release, Yahaya has opened the lid of the harrowing conditions that transpires behind the raised curtain walls. For the last 14 years, he has been incarcerated. All he recalls are beatings and wants to seek justice for the torture he was subjected to. He was first tortured in Luzira maximum prisons and was later transferred to Kirinya dungeons in Jinja. Kirinya prisons, which is perched on the top of a hill overlooking the pale blue waters of Lake Victoria, according to Yahaya, is Uganda's Guantanamo Bay. Kati omusitama bwe mutinga babajjemu engoye ne mukwatagana n'emuno n'omuteekako omutwe bwoti. Kati omusirikale n'ajja ng'atambulira ku bibegabega nga yenanyigga muli n'owulira obulumi ng'olinga gwe bali kumenya obumenya amagumba. Layini eyo yonna erina okugwa. Abakuba wansi emimwa egyatika, abakuba wansi amaanyo. Yahaya recalls an incident where prisoners protested the health condition of their colleague who was rotting away without medical treatment. Ne bagana omutwala mu ddwaliro ng'ali kuvunda. Kati abasibe ffenga afe abakondemo abamu ne bavayo ne bagamba naye lwaki temutwala muntu mu ddwaliro. Ne bagira bati ng'omuntu embeera mbi ayagala kufa bufi. Ne batulugunya okukakana ng'abantu babiri ku sport bafiiriddewo. Omulala bamuyitanga Felix Alolo nga mwana nzaala ya West Nile. Bamutirawo ku sport. Omulala bamuyita Abdul Karim. This is what then sparked the torment that the prisoners would be subjected to 45 days.
Profuse apologies there for the technical glitch in that story, but right about there we could make sense of what this story was about. Joining me this morning is Frank Baine. Frank Baine is acting assistant commissioner of prisons, is also public relations officer. Good to see you, Chief.
Yeah, morning.
Are you very well?
I'm okay.
You've seen that story. You know that gentleman.
Not the story, the first one or this last one? Okay, I know the gentleman, Mr. Lukwago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Well, It can't be true. Because even from his word go, somebody who stayed 14 years in prison and to come out and is looking like that, then that is a lie.
Oh, they're supposed to look worse.
If what he was saying that people are stepping on them on the head and the leg.
But he had scars to show for that.
Now
you could
the scars,
see that this man was...
Solomon, for goodness sake, let's agree. Maybe let's go back to the history of how this man came. If he came in as a robber.
Does that matter?
You get me?
Because look, Frank, if
one thing, that's why it doesn't matter. But do we know how he was arrested? Do we know how he came to court? Then too, do we know how he lived the life he lived in prisons? That's the most important thing before we go to the conclusion of those wild allegations.
I'll tell you
First of all, I was not there when he was arrested. At least I may not even tell you that I saw his scars and the like, but at least I know that 9 out of 10 robbers are never arrested by clapping in hands and get arrested. Now, when you come and show a scar which happened 10 years and a scar which happened maybe 4 years, how do you differentiate? That's one. Two, I want to tell you, and the records are there, that Yahya wasn't the easiest of the prisoners, as he says. 3 times he led a riot in the prison. And a riot in the prison is something very different. Because when you riot, then it means you are trying to you're organizing a jailbreak.
I'll tell you, Frank, why your explanation does not seem to come off as a very good exculpation.
No.
There are many stories. Just a minute,
yes,
Frank. There are many stories. There's another Dikusoka, Godfrey, and there is several other cases. This gentleman says,
okay.
Hold on, Frank. This gentleman says he was beaten in prisons. You know, he was denied access to his relatives.
The Dikusoka case you're talking about,
just a minute,
Frank.
Frank.
Yes.
Just hold a bit, you know. This gentleman says he was beaten in the cells, you know, eventually was brought on a stretcher, and there's many others, you know, that have a similar tale. What goes on behind the prison cells? You know, a language of
many others.
Well, we in the media know about them, at least they inform us, they let us know.
It's very impressive. Right now we have 41,000 inmates. Once in a while you will get 1 or 2 people. I am not saying that the prison system is a white paper whereby nothing can happen. In prison, sometimes it happens that we have 3 categories. We have inmate-to-inmate violence, we have inmate-staff violence, and we have staff-to-inmate violence. And those are individual-related incidences, and they are handled accordingly. This Uganda, you see, has a law about torture. Uganda Prison Service is not a closed entity. We have inspecting institutions, right from Uganda Human Rights Commission up to international bodies like International Human Rights Watch. Now, there is nothing you will do that will not come out. And even when it comes out, every case is handled individually. You know, when you get an incident, it is taken as an incident. We have had incidents, yes, where an individual has taken the law in his hands and tortured the inmate for his personal reasons.
You talk about an individual. Let me remind you, there was a riot in one of the prisons, and we could see the glaring images on television.
Let me tell you.
Let me ask the questions, then you can answer, Frank. Let's be orderly here.
Yes.
You could see on television these guys with, you know, their clubs, beating up these fellows so bad, and are thinking, how is this warranted?
The moment you talk of a riot, you are dealing with a person. Most of the criminals have a background of being trained in some sort. Now, if you are going to put down a riot, you don't stand and talk, and by the time it goes into a riot, it means you must use reasonable force. I will use this recent incident. You look at what has happened in Kasese. People came walking to the barracks. You know, the moment you show the intent that you are building a force against another force, then the impact is big. But the torture which is implied is when a person has come to prison, he's not rebellious, he's not mutinous, and then the staff takes it upon him, takes upon the law to punish the prisoner for what is not his responsibility then that one is taken different. But if it's a riot, you cannot take up a riot by simply looking, because it's a fight.
Frank,
Fortunately, the two riots that this man has been involved, Yahya, that he led actually, even police had to come in. By the time you call in the police, then it's not a rosy situation. It's not rosy. That one I must tell you. If it's a riot, it's not rosy. As you say, in Masaka, even 3 prisoners died in the scuffle. Because you are having, like Ginger, the average population is about 1,000. The staff are about 70. If you're going to use 70 people to calm down 1,000 people without losing any, it's not something very easy.
Frank, you know the old adage that there is no smoke without fire. You yourself just considered that there are some cases, where police, prisons warders mete out violence on these inmates. I'm thinking, how many of these have been prosecuted? What happens thereafter? Because you see, if there is complaint after complaint, and we at least do not seem to see any punitive action taken against these prison warders.
At least what he said, he says he's using his lawyer. They have already appealed to the human rights. We are waiting. Actually, investigations are already on, for your own information, to confirm. But to the best of my knowledge, what is even interesting is that during that time, even those riots that happened, that he led, nobody died in the incident. Nobody. But fortunately, the prison system is open. Let investigations be done. But I want to tell you, and the viewers, which is very interesting, some of us always want to cover our own character by trying to paint. You see, when he was coming to prison, he had a dark picture. But now that he's coming out of prison, he's a philanthropist. And that's what the media is picking. That's what everybody should believe. This man was on a death row.
You seem to, when these prisoners are brought your way, Frank,
we still have very many people on the death row. We take responsibility of the prisoners with us. If my work was to torture and kill those prisoners, then I would have no job, Solomon.
Frank, I see an innuendo of when these people are brought your way, those that have been convicted of murder. Just hold a bit, Frank. When they've been convicted of murder, or they're on remand, robbery cases and that kind of thing, there seems to be an environment of these prison warders have this attitude of these guys are brigands, we need to treat them as such. For goodness sake, they are human beings too. Why do you seem to have that approach?
No, it's not the approach.
They are thugs, we need to treat them as so, not with the kid gloves, from the word go.
Let me take you from the beginning. That from the beginning, the prisoners are in prison not because they want to be in prison. Do you agree with me?
Without a doubt, no one wants to be in prison. Save for those that think, well, if I go out there, I don't have any food.
These prisoners come from different walks of life and traits of characters. Do you also agree with that?
Is that a question?
But the prison has a systematic system that the prisoners must behave in a particular way. And that's why sometimes the person who has been used to running left and right, when he's when he's put to strict discipline, then to him that's different. This particular case, I have to repeat it, when anything involves a riot about a prison, it's not only in Uganda, even if it is.
Let's not dwell so much on the riot issue, because you seem to be making some political capital out of that.
That's what I'm
Frank,
saying.
there are allegations that whenever human rights, bodies come to visit the prisons, whenever individual members of the public come to visit, members of the media fraternity come to visit, these prisoners are coached, we understand, on what to say, to talk about how their conditions behind bars are not as bad as we tend to think they are. And these people tell us quietly as members of the media that, look, we are coached on what to say, what not to say, because there will be ramifications when you guys leave if we don't say what is expected of us.
Let me tell you, let me educate you about this thing, that for all those human rights agencies that visit the prison, right from the International Committee of the Red Cross to the Uganda Human Rights Commission, when they come, they have not told you when they are going to come. When they reach there, the law is very clear. They are allowed to interact with the inmates without the hearing of the staff. And two, the information they get, you can even get the reports. The information they get, even the Commissioner General cannot adjust it. So it's not true that they are coached. How do you coach? And how do you know when these people are going to come in? You don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, you're always on standby. You know,
Which standby?
The alibi you give of, look, we are never there as these people are being interviewed and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
These people say that, you know, from the word go, they know what is expected of them. Because ultimately, when a report is released by Red Cross or whoever, if it is a report that indicts you people, then you're going to hound the prisoners a lot more. So they know that at some point, it will catch up with them.
Now,
so that alibi again does not hold water.
That would happen if you said that since today the Red Cross have come and gone, then nobody else will enter. But sometimes they even come consistently. Different groups. By the way, as one group is getting out, another one is getting in. So there is no way you can say you are going to do things in concealment. These things are in the open. Well, that's why I'm telling you that once in a while, some isolated incidences happen. Yes, and they are handled as isolated cases. Fortunately, torture cases are handled by the courts of law. That's why where there is an allegation of torture, the matter goes up to court. We have a number of staff who are behind bars in matters related to torture of inmates. That's a question of court. As long as prisons is there, we are ready, like this case, or this, even the Dick Soka case. We never broke anybody. For the media, yes, we are operating under the law. We are operating under the law that who is allowed to enter and when. Just because there have been an allegation, we are not going to open up a prison so that Solomon runs with the camera in all corners. No, there is a procedure. I am not the one who put it. It is those who make the laws that put. For us, we are simply following that.
Yeah,
law.
clearly, because many times you don't want us to expose, you know, the beleaguered happenings, you know, behind our prisons. But look, Frank, there are concerns. Many times we do see prisoners break out of prison, and we're thinking, this probably goes to show for the ineptitude of prison warders. You do not seem to have
for
your grips on
No,
this.
no,
what keeps happening? Because it's happening again and again.
For
not once,
your
not
own
twice.
for your own information, it's like if you went to Murago, or even if you went to the best hospital in the world, there will always be a death in the theater. There will always be a death in the hospital.
Frank, we expect prisons to be fortified because we've got criminals behind bars.
But for goodness sake, you cannot say the doctors have failed because this particular patient has died. Depending on the circumstances, you are dealing with human beings. Keeping prisoners involves very many things. Look at the infrastructure, look at the staffing levels, look at the environment in particular. Some of these we have are open prisons. Even if they are not open, that's why I'm telling you that if you have a prison whereby the international ratio is one staff manning 3 prisoners. In Uganda, we are at 1 to 7. So there are very many factors that are embedded. But we understand the situation as a country. It's not only in prisons. It's everywhere. It's the economy, it's the hospital, it's the school, it's the road. Everywhere it is. And we have to accept to grow gradually with the rest of the society. Because I always say this, that, you know, when you look at what happens in a prison is the garbage of the society. Like, you cannot go to Kororo and you expect to find these cassava cuttings on a dustbin.
Clearly, you've not moved through Koloro in the recent past. You know, that place flood is always
but when you go to Senyi, it is very obvious what you will find there. So the prison, the people who are in the prison are a representation of the society we have. The conditions in prison are not very far. Now, but let me take you even back to history. When you go, I'm sure you're a very good scholar, apart from what we call a change in the paradigm shift from prisons or punitive systems to correctional systems. The initiation of the prisons right from the colonial days was not about taking people to sit and relax and be happy. On the contrary, it's actually from the 80s that the trend started changing for all of us. But when we were born and when we were growing, we knew a prison was meant to be a place where you don't want to look. You even know the terms referred to in the local languages. But thank God now, the interesting thing, and what sometimes perturbed me, when one person says, I have been tortured, then he says yes. But when somebody comes tells you and say, look, I have a degree from the prison, say, that
Frank,
one must
for
be
information, one person tortured, one prisoner tortured is one prisoner too many. But on the question of congestion, we know that, you know, it is a worrisome situation. The numbers therein are a big bother to you people. There are prisoners that again say that, look, you prison warders, force them to, when they go to court, to actually plead guilty. Why? Because you want to have less numbers. There's a lot of congestion. You want to have less numbers.
But when you plead guilty, they convict you.
Well, of course, to a lesser term, some of them are actually let off the hook when, if it is, you know, these lighter sentences. And we're thinking, even though that makes sense, it is not fair that somebody will be forced to go and plead guilty, especially if they feel.
I know what you are referring to. There is
a
a recent exercise going on, they call it pre-bargaining trial. For these capital offenders, especially.
Yeah, I know about those, that they can be cajoled, but we know that sometimes you prison warders actually force them to.
And I'm trying to tell you that there is a pre-bargaining process that is going on, that is an initiation of the judiciary, not prisons. For us, by the way, we are not allowed to be witnesses in the case. And then but we live with these people as a family. The judge will sit here for 1 week and then sentences. The police will be 48 hours, he doesn't see. But we stay with these people years in, years out.
And then you torture some of them, like these cases.
Of course, that's why I'm saying that the torture, sometimes you also look at the background of the person, the cause of the fight. You don't meet somebody there and you start fighting. There must be, for the two to tango, there must be something in between. Yes, that's why I'm saying that, yes, we are not clean. But there are situations where prisoners have attacked staff. In one, by the way, I also have to inform you that in one of the riots, which this man caused, a principal officer was beaten, and the man died after 6 months. So do you think we should also hold him accountable for that? But now that he's out, he is the angel that can tell the true story of the worst that happens in prison. I think let's go to the institutions and let's know that some of these individuals have also their agendas. We must not take things as gospel truth or face value. We need to go deep.
Frank, there have been cases where judges call for prisoners and they do not show up for one reason or another. So we keep wondering, did they actually jump out of the prisoners? Where is Geoffrey Kazinda?
Geoffrey Kazinda, he has been attending court. He's in upper prison. Like that, you see, that's the other thing people don't understand. That a prisoner normally has a paper called the warrant, which identifies him, which reads about where he's supposed to be at what time, especially those who are remands. Like in the particular case of Kazinda, the warrant was reading 20 years. The court clerk registered him for court, I think on the 9th, or so much earlier than when he was supposed to be in court. The officer in charge, the paperwork he had was not reading a day of court. Now, when he reached court, because the magistrate saw a staff from a different prison, it's like now if I saw somebody from NTV, even if it is NTV Soroti, and say, what is happening in headquarters, will he be able to tell me? He will not. Even if he works with NTV, he doesn't know that we are here. So the staff who was there could not tell where Kazinda was, but Kazinda was in upper. He was not sick, he had not refused to go to court, and eventually when the magistrate produced a production warrant for him, Kazinda went to court and is continuing with his cases. So what I was going to explain, that sometimes, yes, there is when we fail to produce a prisoner in court because maybe there was no transport. Because ideally each prison is supposed to have a vehicle to take prisoners in court, but we have 238 prison units, we only have about 70 vehicles. And not all of them are for the prisoners' work. Then two, they also have to know how is the documentation done. Sometimes miscommunication happens between court and the prison, but eventually the prisoner is produced. If he has escaped, then we prove that this person escaped. If he died, we still have to prove to court that this person died.
Final question, Frank, before we wrap this up. You know, torture can be direct, sometimes it can be indirect. You know, there have been cases of prisoners that fall ill, they get indisposed, and when they ask to be taken to a proper health facility, that does not happen. And eventually we see them, some of them deteriorate, some of them actually end up dying. What goes on wrong there?
One of the things I must tell you is that, well, prisons, we have one national referral hospital for prisons, which is Maction Bay. But the bit about it is that when we fail to manage cases, health cases within our units, we refer them to the nearest big hospitals. Even right now, if I walked with you, Mulago, you will find prisoners admitted in the ward. Where are they coming from? Even if you go to Mbare, you go to Mbarara, everywhere you go to Arua, prisoners are in hospital. But the question I will ask you, tell me, where in this country called Uganda is a hospital with all the drugs, with all the doctors, and all the facilities? Tell me one, Solomon.
Joel is the name. I hope I can answer that question for you during the break. Frank Baine, spokesperson of the Uganda prisons, thanks a bunch for joining us this morning.
Okay.
I'll be right back with my opinion. Now, the Prohibition and Prevention of Torture Bill 2009 is something that is still stashed away. We need to get back to it and realize that, look, if these prisoners have been arrested for being brigands, for being thugs, for being murderers, they're still human beings too. When they're behind bars, it is only prudent that we give them as much as possible humane treatment, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to help them metamorphose from the criminals that they are to good people, to people that can be of relevance to this society. Something we need to do as soon as yesterday. Torture is unwarranted. Torture cannot in any way be exculpated, whatever the reasons might be. So Uganda prisons, this is an indictment on you. These cases keep coming up. You keep denying them. I hope we can find remedies about them, because when there is a complaint and then another complaint and another, it breeds a very unfortunate situation for our country. We need to keep holding these prisoners, of course, to ensure that they do not run away, but with as much compassion as we possibly can. Be the parents that these people look out for and help them become better. That's the big story for this morning. Morning at NTV continues shortly.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
With 1 million shillings up for grabs every day. Kagwida Woku Airtel Money. Simply send and receive money. Top up your airtime or data. Pay for utility bills, groceries, fuel, and much more with Airtel Money. And you could be one of the day's 5 lucky winners. And if Mr. Money and his crew find you making a transaction, you win cash on the spot. Terms and conditions apply.
Airtel Money. Simple, secure, instant.
They've had their struggle, but that's about to change. They're 15 individuals with different backgrounds and one goal. They'll be tested to the bone with 3 professional trainers and supervised by a reputable medical team. Weighed every week where one has to be eliminated. If you want to be inspired, have a healthy body, and gain confidence, this is your show. Follow these individuals on their amazing journey, because cameras don't lie. Burn it up, transforming lives as we create a healthier Uganda.
Coming soon on NTV. Soon on NTV.
We've had so many stories about albinos being hunted for their hair, for their saliva, for their nails.
unraveling the myths and misconceptions of albinism in Uganda.
It is a genetic condition. It is caused by the lack of one enzyme, tyrosinase.
Our members have died of skin cancer, and many people want to just attend that burial ceremony just to witness.
NTV gets to grips with the reasons why albinos are being hounded out in rural parts of the country.
On the next episode, brought to you by
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
African Apple.
Come again.
Oli kukona.
Ko NTV ne rami to big up.
Nga tusinzidde Copenhagen mulengera ebintu bya sama nga bw'otulengera naye mwebale kutulegatako bannayuganda balya ssente banyumirwa bakola ebintu ebyenjawulo bali ogw'omulembe tugenda mu klabu ez'engeri enjawulo tulina emyaka 28 ali ku street akuba gita tulina ne mu mboozi ey'enjawulo tulina Big Eye
eno koona yambukinga
mpolampola nga twegatteko and of course Voice September
yenze original
nga ne banyenya ebyokulaba Miles wa Miti
koona.
You can download movies at the lowest prices another fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
A very good morning to you wherever you're joining us from, whether on your telly or online. youtube.com/NTV Uganda/live. And you can see white behind me. Yes, today we realize, many of you are saying, but I want to be on TV when you're giving me my cap. So what we did was to invite those who have won these caps. And I want to invite Dramadri Kamara. Dramadri Kamara, yes. This is a gentleman who watches the show. Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
How are you?
Very well.
Dramadri, where are you from?
From West Nile, the West Nile Republic.
Yeah.
West Nile Republic.
So you're my in-law because I married from the West Nile.
Oh, okay. That's great to hear. I think you deserve to shake my hand. Don't sweet my hand.
How are you?
I'm very well.
What do you love about the show?
I love the live discussions, the reality talks, everything that is enlightening.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a businessman, deal in transportation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, did you know what? Now you can, before you start your day, you can have a fantastic cup of coffee in our mug.
No. I'm going to give this to Nakawere. I'm a Sekawere as we speak.
Hey, how many days?
2 weeks.
You man.
Yes, so Adeline, this is for you.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for watching the show.
Yeah.
And spread the word. Spread the word.
Spread the word.
Dramadri Kamara.
Yeah.
How do I say in West Nile? Thank you.
Awadifoba.
Awadifoba.
Yeah. Awadifoba.
Yeah. Malakwang. All right. I want to invite Primus to Shamabwe. To Shabamwe. Primus. I know Primus is a beer in Rwanda, so I don't know if this guy is the manufacturer. Good morning, man.
Good morning, man.
How are you?
What's up?
What's up? How are you doing?
Fine, how are you?
What do you do?
I'm just a student at Makerere University.
Okay.
Doing urban planning.
Urban planning?
Yeah.
Wow. How did you know about the show? When did you start watching it?
I started watching NTV morning at NTV as far as it started with you.
Really?
I know you, Brian Mulondo. You were on Facebook page. You were like famous, like morning at NTV. I liked it. Then from that time, I started watching NTV at 1.
Hey.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. What else?
Hey. Kati, now you can put. Are you in a hostel or a hall?
Of course, in a hall.
Which one? Lumumba. You guys. Katsokoba we sokoba sampling. Lumumba Zoe.
Lumumba Zoe. Zoe.
Me, I'm a Michelix guy. You're just now my all right. Enjoy the cup.
Of course.
And now you can put this and tell the Bianas that
this one. I will be using it every morning as I'm watching Morning at NTV. Morning at NTV Zoe. Morning at NTV Zoe.
Ra. Madage. All right. I want to call Ruhinda Alex. Alex Ruhinda. All right. Remember, these are winners of the mags, and someone has been saying, but the cups are not real. Good morning, Ruhinda. Come here. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What do you do?
I'm a physical planner. I'm an architect. I'm a real estate agent.
You're a real
estate agent.
Let people see you, because in these days, especially women need someone like you. You're a physical planner, an architect, and a real estate agent.
Yes,
Jack of
sir.
all trades.
Yes, sir.
How did you know about the show?
Actually, I first watched the show in the first 4 days of the week. Then I was invited to like the page by Mabel Keberungi because I was friends with her first.
Hey, you liked Mabel first, eh?
Yeah.
You're not my friend on Facebook. I'll block you if I see you.
I'm your friend.
All right. Here is the mag, and let's just. Oh, no, I can't do it. Okay. So please open it so that people know we did not put fake things in there. All right. That's the mark. Morning at NTV. Right. All right. Enjoy, my friend. And hope you tell people more about the show. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Sagani Robert. Robert Sagani. Is this guy a Lumumbist also? He looks like a Lumumbist. Morning, Robert.
Morning, too.
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
What do you do?
I'm a student at Makerere pursuing a bachelor's in records and archives management.
Wow.
Yeah.
You will need some coffee because you need to stay sober to keep those things.
Obviously, I need the cup.
How did you know about the show?
I live in a hostel too. So every morning when I'm going to shower, I put on the TV and I start watching you.
No.
Seriously.
Hey.
And I'm happy to see you.
What have you learned on the show?
The show, there's a program for the family issue. That's the most show I want to see. Or is the advice.
Okay.
The way you interact, you talk about your son, that thing motivates me to also have a son.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, but you must have a son after school and get married first. Talk about Busu. All right. Congratulations, man. Have a fantastic day and enjoy the coffee in there. Yeah, I hope you'll be more inspired. Robert Segani, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. I want to invite Wanjala Nasa. How no say kachikopo simanyo batu kyamusaze kubanga ali mu kisiibo naye kudda kwawo. He can get the mag. Nasa Wanjala. Yes, Assalamu alaikum. Soko batulire salamu awo.
Salamu alaikum wajama abasiibye bonna bonna era njagala nnyo musiibe teri kulwala mbuka ate alusaaza kino kisiibo.
Aha. So wajiraba ddi watandika ddi okulaba? Show, how did you get to know about
show? Natandika ogiraba. I've been following NTV programs. Kati show, before even the beginning the advert yasooka ku Facebook.
Yes.
I liked it before. Airing it. Then that first day of airing it, I was there waiting from 6.
Hey.
Era show yankolera bulungi kuba kati yamponya bingi. Okuwulira na okuledia agomu mpapulate cut all the across sports, news, social life. Really it makes me. At work, my boss, he knows me. I reach there at 9.
Hey.
Right now he's watching. He knows it.
Who is your boss? Who is your boss?
Mark Alex.
What do you do?
I'm an electrical engineer, a student at Makere also, doing telecom engineering.
Wow. Fantastic. Well, I'm sure your boss will, now to get more favor, allow your boss to use the cup during the holy month. After that, achikudize.
Chitufu chenye.
Mukama akuwa mukisa.
Amina namwe abongere omukisa. Abawangazi the program egende mu maaso.
Amina.
Mundabire Dakaba is my man from Busoga.
Hey.
Mwenda ino.
Hey. Yes, Dakaba isima. Oyinza omulaba awo nga ayingirawo. Kale boss. Bera bulungi. Well, that is Nasa Wanjala, Caroline Mayende Banks, Oba Banks Banang, even a lady. Caroline Mayende. Good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
How are you?
I'm okay.
When did you get to start watching the show?
I started watching the show when it began. Yeah.
Wow. What is your favorite segment on the show?
I think it's the big story.
Why?
Yeah, because at times, Simon is more engaging and arguing and stuff like that, and it's a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you learned anything, or you just want to see the drama? Because if it's the drama, then
No. I've learned a lot. Basically politics, because I'm a fan of politics and a lot of things. And then I think there's a show that you host, right? Yeah. There are a lot of things that are discussed, social, economic, yeah. And I think I've learned a lot.
Fantastic. What do you do?
I'm done with campus, but working.
Where?
Civic Response.
Okay.
It's an NGO that deals with research, policy, and stuff like that.
Fantastic. Congratulations, my dear.
Thanks.
And have a fantastic day. Tell those people at Cred about the show.
Okay.
And maybe one day we shall bring you on the show also.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah. All right. Take care of yourself. Okay. Malezi Kenneth. Kenneth Malezi. Kenneth Malezi ngakute kumutwe. Agabane chichino. Morning, Sebo.
Morning,
how are you?
I'm okay.
What do you do?
I'm working at this international school.
International school where?
Yes. Naguru.
Naguru.
Yeah.
Okay. When did you start watching? Do you watch the show when you're working?
I just watch it from 7 up to 8, then I go to work.
Then you go to work. Yeah. All right. Well, you can tell those international people that for us we are more international.
I'll explain to them.
We are on YouTube.
Okay, I'll explain.
Are they
to
watching
them.
you now?
Yeah, they are watching. Because I told them I have to be there at 7:30, but I told them I can't come.
Hey.
I'll be there at around 8:30 or 9.
Okay, I'm glad they've watched you now. They know that things are serious. Congratulations, man. And take care of yourself. Lastly, Agaba Chris. Chris Agaba. Chris Agaba. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning. I in swagger. Kulavo ingira all like this, like so.
At this moment, just need to go. Sorry.
Hey.
Yeah.
When did you start watching the show?
I started watching this show late this year, and at the show I like segments like press review, the big story, and the sports bit of it. Yeah. Basically, that is morning at NTV, and then other programs late in the day after work. Yeah.
What have you learned from the show?
From the show, basically, I have learned many discussions that happen. The big story, they discuss a wide variety of things.
Right.
So whatever is discussed, you just get back and internalize and then see how things go by.
Are you a better person now that you watch the show? Do you understand things more? You know, because that's we are trying to create a quality population.
I do. It has made a tremendous change in the ideology of things, how things happen.
Fantastic.
And I can't miss it before I get to work.
Fantastic.
Right.
Let me hand you your cup.
This is lovely. Yeah.
So that's yours. Nebachiba, it's at your own risk. Congratulations, man.
Thank
Take
you,
care of
Brian.
yourself.
All right.
All right. I have 2 cups remaining. Meanwhile, all these other people also won. Kasule Nabidu, you are not here. Ronald Wakasa, you're not here. Shana Namaganda, Stella Ray, Chris Kennedy, Sechewa Brian, Ogik Peter, Bazanye Patrick. Yeah, those people won. And remember to win a cup here. Chivumbi is here. Yes, Chivumbi come. Gwano jakufikirane muguru. Yes, remember to win this cup, all you have to do is answer the question of the day and you can be a winner. Good morning, man. How are you? Karedi kankubye chali wange. Baka kusedde. When did you start watching the show?
Sometime back you were still doing the other show for minibus. I was inspired. You were talking well. Nice words. I was inspired by you.
And then when this show started?
Now I started watching it because of you.
Hey.
Honestly, yeah.
So good guy. Oh, that's fantastic. What do you love about the show?
Mostly I love Kasisiate.
Mm-hmm.
He talks.
Mm.
I like his talking. Because I like talkative people.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Are you talkative?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me give you your cup. Congratulations. What do you do?
I'm a chemist. I'm a technician with Ecolab East Africa.
Hey, you man. You're a chemist?
Yeah.
It's okay. I hope you don't mix sulfur dioxide in there and carbon dioxide.
No way. Safety first.
Oh, safety first. Fantastic. Congratulations, man. But I want to give out this cup to whoever is just there, whether you're part of the crew or not double, not double. You come. This is Irene. She's the lady who makes sure that I am fine during everyday life. I won't ask you when you started watching the show. You don't watch it. You're always working. Thank you so much for the work that you do for the show.
You're welcome.
This is Irene. I'm told she's very single. And,
I know.
You're not...
but not searching, but not searching. Yes.
Or Janok searching and by force. All right, Mabel, crossing over to you at the NTV studios. I know people have lots to say on Facebook, and you probably also get a mug courtesy of Morning at NTV so that you take it to your office this morning. But tell us the feedback on our Facebook page.
Thank you very much, Brian. Indeed, it is a winning Friday here at Morning at NTV. You cannot go wrong. And the cup is not the issue, Brian. For me, the issue is chai. They don't allow me to have chai here. So that is the main issue. But to all of you who continue sending in the messages, do keep them in coming. We enjoy your feedback. We thank you for taking part in the show, and keep watching this space. We shall have more goodies to give you with time. Earlier we hosted Frank Baine, who is the head of the prisons in Uganda, and many of you have lots to say about some of the comments he made. We have Kevis Katende saying that he thinks that prisoners are suffering day and night, and is it a good system to take them to dig in other people's farms? And we have Godfrey commenting on the prisoners on death row, saying that let's accept the fact that they may be at some point they may be realized I beg your pardon. Let's accept the fact that they may be at some point be released and the man wasn't treated right. That's why he is attacking a prison back. We also have Andrew here saying that is some good PR, and hashtag Frank Baine. I'm being corrected that his position is the prison's spokesperson, Frank Baine. And to some other comments here, Godfrey saying there are always two sides, and one wants to be right, so let's wait for the investigation reports. And we also have other stories making news, and I thought I would talk about this one. We've been talking a lot about Ebola. Now, imagine this gentleman here. He's now a volunteer with the Red Cross Society of Guinea. He has been shunned. He has survived Ebola, and but apparently he has not been accepted back into his village. And then with Africans, we never... There's always something in the news about us Africans. Some Africans who are in Ghana, who went to Brazil from Ghana, have decided to stay there and seek asylum. Now, I don't know if you can see what this is. This is actually a transparent TV, LG, Life is Good. Now, if we scroll up here, we can see this is a TV that should be hitting the markets maybe in about 2 years' time. This is a flexible TV, and we are finding more ways, creative ways of using our TVs. Very interesting here, a TV that can be folded into, it's like a thin piece of paper, into a 3-centimeter diameter. Very interesting there. Now, in Central African Republic, killers have been named and shamed. This is where Kony is believed also to be hiding. But Amnesty International has identified those it believes are responsible for the atrocities recently committed in the Central African Republic. Now, Tunisia will be going to the polls later on in the year. They were trying out their system, but apparently it was hacked and they had to close it down. Online voter registration was shut down temporarily after a pirate attack, according to a statement from the commission. They did not say who was behind the hacking. Now, this is breaking news on the Sky News website. Missiles are reportedly being fired from Lebanon as tensions between Israel and the militants in Gaza continue to escalate. And this all stems from, well, I shouldn't say it all stems, but in the recent past, it has been mainly because of the young boys who were killed on both sides of the West Bank. Now, so this is the story I mentioned earlier. Ghanaian football fans request asylum in Brazil. They are saying that they are being persecuted because of inter-religious conflicts. There are about 200 of them. Already some people are seen on the streets selling pirated DVDs. This is in the streets of Brazil. And I'm thinking, these Africans, you know, they go to Brazil and with tourist visas, and now they say they do not want to go back to their home country. America is telling Sarah Palin enough is enough. Earlier in the week, she called for the impeachment of Barack Obama, and now Americans are saying they're tired of her. She has nothing much to say, and they are just tired of seeing her or hearing from her. We'll now cross over to Brian for Everyday Life. Good morning, Brian, once again. Morning, Brian.
Morning, Mabel. This morning, it's really going to be a takeaway for most of us who have potential but are failing to start on it. I'm going to be talking to Barbara Birungi, who is the founder of Women in Technology, on how ladies can harness the opportunities in technology, but also get to know how she came up with this idea and what you, if you're sitting on that big idea, how you can start today to make it happen. Coming up on Everyday Life. Well, this morning, Barbara Birungi. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, very good.
This should be a very early morning for you.
Partly not, partly yes.
Yeah.
I
know you guys who do technology, you're usually at home and.
Well, I'm a mother to a very young baby who wakes up really early, so 6, 7, yeah, I'm always up.
You're always up. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When the first time I heard about this on Twitter, I was amazed at how more and more women are starting to do things that were traditionally meant for men. That men dominated a lot. Even telecom engineering, you find a woman now who is studying that. It's very, awesome. How did you come up with this particular concept?
I have worked for a technology incubator, and having worked there for a year, I noticed there were very few women coming to take opportunity and use the space and build their own technology enterprises. And having done a technological degree, I looked back and asked myself where my friends were. And I did a small survey and realized many of them were into jobs that were not related to what we had actually studied, and asked why exactly they were not. And so the reasons that I had gotten from my friends and also a bit of research that I did online gave me an idea of creating, from the problems that I saw, I created a program that would address or try to address these issues. And also the support that we didn't have growing up. I realized if we had that, maybe it would be different growing.
Right.
If you had that kind of support.
Right. What has been, for example, the challenge, apart from growing up in a traditional patriarchal society, where you can't be a builder if you can't drive, and it's still happening in many countries. What challenges have you seen girls facing in trying to get the space they need?
I would say lack of support is the first thing, lack of mentors and lack of role models, and basically even right from home, you don't have that kind of support from your parents, because technology is a kind of new field in Africa and in Uganda. You find that even when you, as a young girl, go to your parent and say, I want to do computer science at university, the first reaction would be, why aren't you going to do business administration? At least I can place you somewhere if you finish this.
Or
but
social
if you
science.
Or social science or education or something like that, that is traditionally known as a women's kind of degree. And they also don't believe that you as a girl can actually take it on and do it. So that lack of support right from the people that you expect to support you, I mean your parents, your friends, your society, if it's not supporting you, then it would be very hard for you as a girl to come out and say, this is what I'm going to do and I can do it.
Right. About women in technology, someone will say, but this is too sexist. Why can't she do everyone?
Because of our tradition, the Ugandan tradition, men are brought up to believe they can do and be anything. While as a girl, you're brought up and the thing you're told is study, get a good job, get married, have children, be a good wife, be a good mother. That is the kind of pep talk we are given. While a guy is told you have to provide, you'd have to do ABCD, so you can do whatever you want to do. So the reason we want to create, it's not to basically put women in their own cocoon and say this is us and this. It's just to create that kind of support around women. If you see a fellow woman doing something in technology, then you believe that I also actually can do it.
Yes.
Just because I've been told I can't do it and so-and-so is doing it, then I can do it. So women in tech is just to create that kind of support for women and then bring them out into the whole broad area of technology where you work with men, because I believe we need the diversity in technology. And the only way to create that diversity is to empower young women to believe that they can be part of this.
Wow. I'm told you do not charge for the services. Most Ugandans would say,
the kind of woman or young person I want to reach is the person who is underserved or cannot afford, like in a normal day would not afford. Why would we go to someone who has billions or whose parents can actually afford to take them to do a technological course if they're interested? I'm interested in the girl who would otherwise not have that chance to say, okay, just because you're from this kind of family or you are not able to pay for it, you can actually still do it. So here's a chance. Show us what you can do. Here's all the support that you need. So basically giving them that place of, you don't have a reason to fail. You only fail because of you and not because society or anything.
Yeah.
So that is why we don't charge. And how do we benefit from this? Our services are free to the young women that we work with, but we also have other ways of making money. For example, we do corporate training, which for organizations, which they pay for, and that is how we are able to sustain. And also we have people who have believed in the idea and are supporting us.
Wow. If you're just joining us and you're a lady probably thinking, I need to step up. I know women, I know girls, and unfortunately, girls have also, some girls have resorted to the fact that they are going to be weak. And they've allowed that status quo to, go on and on. I'm with Barbara Birungi this morning from Women in Tech, and she's telling us about how you can harness opportunity in technology. So join the conversation on Facebook, Morning at NTV, and of course you can tweet us at Morning at NTV, and tag her at Babs Birungi at
Women in Tech Uganda.
At Women in Tech Uganda, and see how you can use that platform. You train them in tech. Do you do, for example, Cisco courses, or what
so
do you
we
offer
first
them?
of all want to understand the girls. So we do a needs assessment, and what we do is basically from coding, programming, and designing, to understand that not everyone is going to be a coder, but they can still be part of tech.
Coding?
Coding is building computer programs, and then designing can be web design, graphic design, and stuff like that. So not everyone is going to be a coder. Personally, I'm not a coder. I'm a graphic designer and web designer. That is my passion. So we try to understand where they want to be by giving them just a little bit of everything, and then they'll pick what they want. And whatever it is that they decide on, that is where we'll place them. But we also realize that technology in itself is not enough. Technology is more like an enabler. So if we give you entrepreneurship skills, can you create a business out of the skill that you've got? There's so many businesses that use tech. Every business uses tech. So can you create a solution for an enterprise? Or if it's social, there are so many issues in our communities that technology can solve. You can build an application that is going to solve a community a problem right within the community where you come from. So we give them all those options, come up either with a business solution or with a social solution to problems that you're facing within your community.
Yeah, I know now banks are trying to make sure they are localizing the banking experience. You don't have to go online. Just be there at your chapati joint and,
you can do your transactions.
Yes.
Exactly. So can you create solutions? For example, we have so many issues with maternal mortality in Uganda. Can you create a solution that will help reduce that in Uganda? There's a lot of domestic violence. Can you create a technological solution that will maybe create a voice for women, or whatever it is that you can think? So we allow these young women to think, to be creative. It's not just about learning and finding a job. It's about learning and what can I do with my skill?
Are there such apps or solutions that you have created or are working on now?
Right now, we are working on a maternal mortality and infant mortality application, where we are trying to reduce this. You know, it's 16 women a day in Uganda that die, and that is just the number that is actually recorded. I believe it's much bigger than that.
That Ministry of Health won't reach. Yes.
So can we create, so mobile phones are going big in this country. You'll find even the poorest home at least has one mobile phone, and that is a feature phone. By feature, I mean it's not a smartphone that it can have Twitter, WhatsApp, and everything.
SMS and
exactly,
call.
SMS. So can you use that to reach out to a woman who is in a place where there is no health center by sending her a message, reminding her to go for antenatal or to go take her child for immunization, and also getting feedback from these women? What are the issues they are facing within their places? Awesome. Ministry of Health may not reach down there, but if you give this woman a platform to be able to tell you or tell Ministry of Health what is going on, then maybe it can work. Education applications. There are so many schools that don't have even a computer lab or don't even have textbooks. Can you use a smartphone or a tablet to provide that kind of needed support for people in school or to help their learning experience? So maybe you're not in Namagunga, but can you have a platform that can give you exactly what the child in Namagunga is studying so that you can also be able to compete favorably, because you're going to do the same exam at the end of your 4 years.
I was talking to a teacher who is in Nakaseke. He said, okay, why don't you also give us iPads and we have the same experience? Then I can compete favorably with a person in an A school. Yeah. How many girls are you working with?
Right now, our computer lab has 30 computers. So we take cohorts of 60 each 3 months for morning and afternoon. So we divide them. We want every girl to have that experience on her own computer so that she can feel it for herself and realize the potential that is in this. So for every cohort, we take 60. And so far, we've worked with 500 girls, both in secondary school and out of school. Those are girls that have dropped out of school.
Well, some girls may say, technology is not my thing. I'm not very passionate, you know. In your own view, what do you think are the other ways that we can remove the stereotype that women, that girls are the weaker sex?
Well, that is where we do networking events to help young women understand that technology is not in itself enough. It is an enabler. So if you want to be an accountant, you'll need tech skills. If you want to do maybe medicine or something, you'll still need the tech skills. So the world is going digital. 20 years from now, I believe it will be more digital and there'll be more online jobs. So do you want to take advantage of the potential that technology is going to bring to the world, or do you want to stay behind? We need to be relevant. 20 years from now, if you are not tech savvy, you're not going to be relevant in this world. So that is where we tell these girls, whether you're interested or not, it's going to catch up. And if you're not trained, you'll not be able to take advantage of what it's offering.
I like that. Actually, 20 years is far.
Yeah, 10 years.
10 years. In just 5 years, the world is going to change so rapidly. Well, Babs Birungi on Twitter, and of course on our Facebook page. Go there, Morning at NTV, and get into the conversation. If you're a lady and you are passionate about graphic design or programming, coding, I know now coding, what that is, you can go and start your journey today. Any other message for the girls that are watching us, for women, for parents who feel like their girls are probably doing the wrong thing, and kind of bring them back into line?
It's kind of a disservice to your child if you're a parent and you're not supporting them, or if you don't encourage them to try out being creative and everything. In Uganda, we don't have enough jobs. And there are people graduating every single year, coming out to where there are no jobs. So empower your child to be creative, to think on their own and try to create something for themselves, create their own jobs. And technology is a big, a field that will offer so many opportunities to create your own. And if you can't, be able to take advantage of jobs abroad. For example, you can be in Uganda and you take advantage of a job that's in the US. You can do it online. You don't have to go there, and you can be paid very well. So I would encourage girls to look at technology as an enabler and not an end. It can open so many doors for you in whichever field you're in. So whether you're an accountant, a medical doctor, or a businesswoman, technology opens so many doors for you to do your business or your job in a much faster, much more accurate way than anything else. So I would encourage everyone to look at what they can do in technology. It can be programming, coding, technology is not just programming and coding and web design. It's, yes, so many, many, many things. You can, for example, create a job out of social media.
Right.
And that is not a course that is taught at university.
Right.
It's just about being creative. So take advantage of this.
Right.
And learn.
Well, I guess at this point, I would salute women that are doing very well in technology. They're friends of mine, Ruth Aine, at Pika Hill, at
Mara.
Somehow I just know their Twitter handles. At Inamara, at Binatale. These guys are using technology to make sure that, you know, they cause change. The guys at 4040 who use Facebook and Twitter, all the social media platforms, and Esther Kalenzi is doing an awesome job. Brenda Banura, you guys are awesome. I am Patricia. You know, thank you. Thank you for representing the women. And now you can also bring them on board. We are, of course, eliminating the stereotype that women are the weaker sex. And of course, join the conversation on Facebook and Twitter, and let's talk and see how we can help that woman. My namesake, Brian Tuka, is standing by. Brian, news of Rakataka being arrested for illegal fishing. Are sportsmen now looking to alternative ways of earning money because sport is not earning them the money they need?
Good morning, my namesake. I hope people get what we are saying. Otherwise, they might think I'm a Murondo, but I'm a Brian. And Rakataka are resorting to probably a couple of wrong things. No, first of all, Rakataka is a businessman first before a rally driver. He's actually a rally driver because he can afford one or two things about rally driving. Okay. But anyways, lots to talk about. There's World Cup, because we are climax of the World Cup. Brazil has been busy. After this weekend, there will be nothing like World Cup football in Brazil. And of course, we'll be talking some huge rugby game coming up. Kenya up against Uganda rivalry does not get any bigger than that. Lots and more in just a couple of minutes to come.
All right. Well, stay with us. Today is 7/11, the day when we remember the lives of innocent Ugandans that were stolen on the day Al-Shabaab hit at Chadono Rugby Club and the Ethiopian Village restaurant. We remember you, and to the families that lost, our hearts go out to you. We'll be also talking a little bit about that when we return. Stay with us.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
We've had so many stories about albinos being hunted for their hair, for their saliva, for their nails.
Unraveling the myths and misconceptions of albinism in Uganda.
It is a genetic condition. It is caused by the lack of one enzyme, tyrosinase.
Our members have died of skin cancer, and many people want to just attend that burial ceremony just to witness.
NTV gets to grips with the reasons why albinos are being hounded out in rural parts of the country.
Hey there, Mr. Krabs! Are you ready to party?
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it, move it.
Wow! Hello, fellow motor enthusiastics.
Oh, Mr. Krabs! Isn't there any way for us to return all of them back to normal?
Hey! How did he do that?
The Red Ranger's a bigger problem than I thought.
It's time to finish this thing up!
What can I do to make them love me again?
What are you drawing, Kitty?
Hello?
King Julian, you are truly inspiring.
Ow! Sponge pot!
I'm gonna blow your mind and I'm gonna twist your taste buds. The flavors are already coming together. I can feel them. Very lovely, very appetizing, very healthy. Remember, the way you see it, the way you like it, is the way you get it from my kitchen to your kitchen.
Mubonyumiro ebyemizannyo jangu nkulage.
Does! And Adam Johnson, the boyhood Newcastle United man, Derek, flying in the face of all football logic. A magnificent goal by Robin van Persie. Ferdinand! Everton lead at Old Trafford. Walcott, Giroud. Suarez. Super Suarez. Hazard backs it up.
The next episode brought to you by
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
This week on GXP, we have a conference service.
Selfless acts of service and consecration refine our spirits.
And of course, we'll be talking about positive affirmation. Join me, Carol, David, and Tonjex this very Sunday from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. only here on NTV.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and never fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
A friend has invited me something.
So much for being with us up to this time, and it's about 10 minutes on to 9 o'clock. And this morning, Brian Tuka joining us. What's up, man?
Good, man.
What
Good
up,
to
man?
see you guys.
Looking good, man.
Thank you. Beautiful
Kati
Bible.
obadde wana
Good to see
memo.
you, Auntie. Nyangu, you know about Bible. That's what the Bible says.
Yes, men are slow. In fact, that should be a topic for another day. So thank you for being fast.
Thank you
You're the
very
first one to say something nice to
I
me.
hope you reciprocate my fastiness.
Let's talk sports.
I'll tell you. No, by like taking me for lunch, you know, those things. That's all.
I'll give you my number after the show.
Now, the World Cup. Let's focus on the World Cup. Quickly, someone was joking the other day that the reason why Netherlands did not beat Argentina is that it didn't want to be embarrassed that in the finals they beat it like 5 goals. So they said, Argentina, you go and lose your dignity. For us, we shall stay here. Weaknesses and strengths of Germany as they go into the final.
Yeah, first of all, no chance that the Dutch were going to lose 7-1. Only Brazil probably would lose 7-1 amongst the teams that were in the semi-finals. That's what I think. Of course, anything is possible. But I think the most likely team that would have considered 7 for me amongst the remaining ones could have been Brazil. But Germany going into the finals now, of course, they've already showed that offensively, one of the best sides. If you can score 7 against the home side, of which it was only 7 because Oliver Bear, the manager of the team, told them at halftime, do not ridicule Brazil. Let's have respect for the team.
Are we sure he
No, he quoted, he said, we play a serious game, as quoted. Oliver Bayoff, he told the players, let's play a serious game, but let's not ridicule Brazil.
Really?
Yes, and you could understand why.
Are you serious?
He told them that.
So
at least
would
it was
have
quoted in
been
the papers.
15.
It could have been 10, 5-5 either side. But anyways, I think first of all, different game to start with. I don't think Argentina are going to concede 5 goals. So that means they've been one of the best defensive sides in the tournament. I think Brazil have only conceded 3 goals, if I'm not mistaken. Romero, why he's not been that exceptional? I think he's had a lot of cover from the other guys. Now, where do German find it at? Now, to start with, I think their defenders have been a little slow, and they actually naturally a little slow. If most likely Mats Hummels doesn't start, it will be Parmetasaka, good in the air, but because of his height, it's only natural that he cannot be as fast as probably Philip Lahm, who is shorter. And then probably left back, they could have Hovedes, who's been playing right back and left back, and Boateng. Now, if Brazil, for example, we're not sure whether Angel Di Maria will be back, but if he's back and you have Messi, you have Higuain,
Argentina,
so Argentina and Sergio Aguero. Now, can the German defense match that pace? And even the Schwarzenegger's, Toni Kroos, who are in the middle, are not as fast as you expect them to be. So it's going to be a little bit of a trick for them. I think, for me, it's going to be matching the pace of the Argentinians once they have Angel Di Maria and Lionel Messi. But also, can they do the job that Belgium did in the quarterfinals and also Netherlands at the semi-finals, stopping Lionel Messi? Are they that strong? Because there might be some little bit of pride and say, Khedira, once Messi has the ball, let's sort him. Because the Dutch, if you realize, there was nobody assigned to Messi. But it was about, once he has the ball, we need to close him out. 2 people, probably, so that it's not easy for him. Can the Germans do that? That could be a trick. And for me, if you give Messi a lot of space, single-handedly as a man, he can change a game.
He'll bring you
and that,
down.
for me, is going to be a tough issue for Germany. That's probably, I don't even want to regard it a weakness, but that's where I could see their weakness, maybe.
Right.
Pace.
What about Argentina? Where have they soared or sucked? Many people just feel Argentina is also there as a fluke in a way. But tell us, from what you've seen.
First of all, I don't think they've been the best offensive team in the tournament. But like I've always said, you don't have to be the best team to win a tournament. You just have to do the right things, get through. That's why Argentina in the finals. The biggest concern of almost everyone, including the Argentines, going to the tournament was how good are they defensively? Because going to the tournament, they had Sergio Aguero, Lionel Messi, Angel Di Maria, Higuain, Ezekiel Lavezzi, a couple of people in the middle. And we thought, these guys offensively, they will cause problems. But defensively, what can they do? And boy, oh boy, have they shocked us. They've been better defensively than even offensively, because earlier, before the semi-finals, I think it was about Messi and Angel Di Maria. The rest hadn't done anything. Higuain just scored against Belgium, and not that he did anything big. Okay, I think against Belgium it was his best game. But defensively, they've been a tough team to break. While we think Javier Mascherano might not be one of the best midfielders, he's protected that back four. I think Ezekiel Garay has been exceptional. Rojo has been very good as a left back. The keeper, once in a while, has been called on to do something. He's been exceptional. But I think the defensive midfield, even Bilia when he came in, and also Fernando Gago when he's played, they've really given the defense a lot of cover. So I think that's been key for them. Going forward, of course, they have the world's best player. It's inevitable that will always make things happen.
Yes.
I think that's what has been the difference for them, having Messi probably going forward. But apart from that, I think it should be a very interesting game. But for me, defense is key for Germany. I mean, for Argentina, then you can see once in a while.
Who do you give it to?
Forward. It's a tough game. Really tough game. And the last time they played in the finals, the Argentines won. They had Diego Maradona. Now they have Lionel Messi. They have a Pope. So they seem to be having everything on their side. Because the Germans theirs was the former Pope. Yes, the Pope is from Argentina. But it's a tough one. The Germans were so impressive. Favorites going to this. I'm going Argentina.
You're going Argentina?
Yes.
So who do you support?
German.
Germany. Okay. Tomorrow, Sunday, is the finals. Losers match, Brazil, Netherlands.
No, this so. I mean,
I looked at the
I wonder how
rankings.
much is going to be into that. Van Gaal says for the last 10 years, he's been saying that game is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Nobody comes here to finish that. We come to a World Cup tournament to win.
To win.
So there's no need for me to finish third. So I don't know how much it's going to be. But of course, the Brazilians, after losing 7-1, they have a lot to give to the fans.
So they should.
They
The
should
Brazilians
put up a very
must
good game,
finish
yeah.
third.
Since even Neymar is going to be in the crowd, not playing, but in the crowd supporting them. So maybe they can be something.
The rankings are now placing Brazil at number 7 in the world. Very sad for them. Really sad.
But maybe we should pay some respects for the guys who lost their lives. 2010, we were watching the World Cup. Very sad moment for, I think, the world at large, not only Uganda, because once lives are lost, it's not about the country where they've been, but across the world. And for me, I think nobody should be deterred from watching the World Cup because of what happened. Because I want to sound like American. You're giving terrorists probably a lot of power and a lot of credit for what they do. You go and enjoy yourselves. I'm sure this time around you just need to be more careful, and security should be better than it was last time, because I don't think Uganda had seen anything like that.
Yeah.
I think a couple will stay, but I'm sure people have. There are some who love their football. In
People
the bus,
will still go out. And I am aware there's an event at Hotel Africana. for
Even
the
at
final,
Nambour,
so,
actually.
yeah. Well, moving on quickly. Power and Warriors have always been the hottest ticket in the basketball season. Is it still the hottest ticket now?
How times change. That sounds like what Schweinsteiger talked about Brazil. When you think about Brazil, think about magicians. Things have changed since then. Now it's about kicks. The Hulk who was built as probably...
Why is Hulk even
I don't
in
know.
that team?
I don't know.
why
How
he
about
is.
Fred? But anyways, I think Power Warriors, probably the best supported, not even probably, but the best supported teams in Ugandan basketball. It's going to be a different game, because then Warriors would come into a tournament as favorites, as probably top 2 favorite teams to win the championship. This time around is totally different. Warriors will be actually lucky to make the semi-finals this season because of the kind of team they have at the moment. They're expecting, I think, about 2-3 players from India. They are going to play, not Indians, because Indians don't play basketball. Talk about cricket. But they expect Ugandans who are going to study there. Their former players, actually one was playing with Rhinos. He came back and played with them, went back to study, but then they're coming back. I actually thought, I think one of them should be arriving this afternoon. If they get probably 2 or 3, there will be a far much better time. And maybe if they resolve also the Ivan and Abu issue. Apart from that, they're looking out for Power. We all know what they did prior to the start of the season. Signing a new deal with Tigerhead, who are their official sponsors now. Couple of players, Abdullahi Ramadan, Philip Ameni, and of course they already had very good players, Norman Bleak, Isaac Afidra, Joseph Ikong. So by far, favorites to win this one. The problem is, Philip Ameni was suspended because of 1 or 2 issues he did. Because typical in African scenarios, going somewhere, I was told forging letters for the Federation to have a chichuba in courts, of course, as a mercenary somewhere in Congo. And I've been told he's been suspended for 8 games, so he should be back in the 2nd round of the season, not now.
Yeah.
I think it could be a big miss for them, because he's been impressive since I signed him. But also, Power, I've always lacked a big guy in there. Philip Amen was doing the job. But even without Philip, they should be, by far, the favorites to win this.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your friend, Suarez.
Suarez now the ban has been rejected by FIFA. I mean, the appeal has been rejected by FIFA. What do you think he's going to do next?
What is he going to do?
Or were FIFA right to reject it? People are saying, it's very harsh.
If he's in Ibiza on a beach, then he should switch beaches, because he'll have more time to enjoy himself, because he won't be playing football for the next 4 months. FIFA have done that because they have actually, it's very hard for FIFA to make a decision, and they'll probably change their minds about it. Really tough.
Yeah.
Once they make it, they took time to think about it, and they made the right decision. So it was always going to be tough for Suarez. The only thing I saw changing probably was the lifting of the stadium ban. Ban for 4 months, but you can train and do all those things. You can go and watch, but not play.
Not
competitive.
competitive.
Who would be there to see that he's actually training if he was alone?
You don't worry. They will always find out. They don't have to, even if it's a fan of, for example, if Barcelona playing Real Mallorca, a Mallorca fan can see him around and say, we saw Suarez, and that's trouble already. And of course, the evidence will be all. But for me, I think Barcelona will sign a player. They will not care about the ban, whether it's been rejected, the appeal or not. We know it's a very good player. Last season, he missed 10 games, about 6 actually at the start of the season. He was a top scorer. He won actually everything in England. Same thing I think will happen for me. Barcelona will be patient as they can. He comes back. Hopefully he can repay the faith. If they buy him, and they are patient with him, of course, being
Should
out.
Liverpool really sell him?
I think they should because
English
they've
wouldn't.
had enough. I mean, twice all this chaos. Why should you?
So
I
it's
mean,
more
press
about the club.
Why should the media be why should the media attention in England be on Suarez rather than Liverpool?
Than the
there are a
club.
couple of other players exactly who are doing a good job. Why should it be about Suarez? So I think Liverpool are also fed up.
He's a
They let
liability
go, and if
now.
we can get you 75 million pounds, Liverpool already started doing the business. They're bringing in Origi, Adam Lallana, Ricky Lambert. They're talking about Markovic. A couple of players, good money that can help. Of course, Suarez, but no doubt, will be a huge miss. You can't just lose your best player just like that. So I think it will be a big miss. But what can Liverpool do? I think for me, the club is always bigger than any player.
Right.
But maybe before going to Africa, big one tomorrow, Elgon Cup, Uganda up against Kenya. Uganda has been awful. We were awful at the Confederation Rugby. We played garbage.
That's why I didn't want to talk about it.
But we played garbage. But hopefully, this just more than a game. Of course, bragging rights at stake, but also redemption because of the poor games they've had. But in such games, sometimes form doesn't matter because it's hard, it's everything. Kenya, by far, are going to start as favorites. They've been doing much better preparations in qualifying for the World Cup and stuff like that. Uganda, we've been struggling, falling in Tier 1C and stuff like that. Should be an interesting game. You can only wait and see. Uganda needs to win. There is no other way about it.
It's a must win.
And it will also be live on NTV.
Yeah.
I've actually forgot about it because we have an exclusive show about rugby hosted by my
Rock
dog.
and roll.
Rock and roll, baby. Yeah.
All right. We will be live at Chadondo Rugby Club. And tomorrow, that is tomorrow. The game will be live on TV. Of course, look out for any announcement about the time and commentary, live commentary coming in from Larry Madar, for rock and roll,
That
baby.
man can speak English.
That man.
I've always thought I'm very good. That man can speak English.
Okay. Brian Tuka, as usual, thanks for coming. You can catch him on Sports Bar on Monday at 10:30.
Actually, it's 10 p.m. Earlier.
10 p.m. right
10
now.
p.m.
Yeah.
We switch it so that you don't have
Right
to sleep
after the
late.
news.
Right, exactly. Right after the news and Mr. Joel.
Yeah.
Professor.
You got sale to Club Sale.
Professor Oxygen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And at 1:30 p.m., Isma Lumansi and Alan on Omumuli. Catch those guys at that time. Before we head out, your African proverb. You know, today the African proverb is do not follow the path, go where there's no path to begin the trail. I don't want to focus a lot on the African proverb, but on 7-Eleven. And the monument at Chadondo, someone stole the plaque. I do not understand how Ugandans, how we think.
Sorry for laughing.
Yeah,
Someone stole it.
I laughed at first and thought, this is really sad.
Can you sell it?
Scrap, maybe.
Okay, what can you say about it? Because that guy is worse than the terrorist, actually.
Yeah. Why would you do something like
It
that?
was stolen.
Yeah, from...
So, Abazoka, I would love to understand why so many people go do certain things, go through a lot and stuff like that. But this one, I mean...
I don't
what are you going
understand.
to use it
In America recently, someone stole a flag from someone's house. She lives in New York, and it was actually given to her because the brother died during 9/11. So when I think she made an announcement, that thief actually brought the flag back.
Yeah.
This happened about a week
maybe
ago.
we
So
should
maybe
do
we
that.
should
But
start
an
a
airbar
campaign.
plaque. Let me say this in Uganda. Airbar plaque here 7-Eleven.
I can bet my life.
Jizeyo.
While in the US, the man brought it back, forget about it in Uganda.
But please bring back that
But what do
plaque.
you do with it?
For the sake
Will
of
you sell
people we
it
lost.
as
don't
an
know.
antique
No,
later
no,
on?
it's sickening.
or-
I'm actually at loss of words. What can I say?
What can
why,
you
why
do?
would you?
For the families that lost people on 7-Eleven, we are with you. We pray that God will comfort you, of course, every time this day comes. But for the rest of us, you're going to watch the World Cup. Of course, I'm a believer that terrorism should not stop us from pursuing and doing what we love. So if you're going out there, of course, safety first. Inform anything, suspicious or anyone suspicious to the police. They are the people who are best equipped to handle those situations. And for the rest of us, we want to say have a fantastic day. Celebrate responsibly.
Germans win.
All right.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
NTV, turning on your world.
ensi ne bannamagoye
bw'osula n'omuwala albino embeerera owona siriimu
aba n'obulombolombo obumufula okuba namagoye
abasinga badduka bambi olw'okubanga abasawo b'ekinansi babanoonya nga baagala ebintu bino okuzaalibwa ne langi y'olususu olwawukana ku lw'abazadde bo okuyigganyizibwa abaagala okukusaddaaka mbu bafune obugagga babiri omu nga muddugavu ate omulala nga mweru baagwamu encukwe olunaku olwaddirira lwe baaziika omweru
twali tetumanyi nti omwana ono oba tebamuziika awo we batyo
omusana okukubabula olususu n'ofuna kookolo okuyitibwa ow'ekisiraani olw'okuba wazaalibwa ng'oli namagoye obulamu bw'abannamagoye lindirira Gertrude Tumusiime owitwale mu kugezaako okunnyonnyoka obulamu bw'abannamagoye.
On the next episode, brought to you by
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
This week on GXP, we have a conference service.
Selfless acts of service and consecration refine our spirits.
And of course, we'll be talking about positive affirmation. Join me, Carol, David, and Tonjex this very Sunday from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. only here on NTV.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and never fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
buli kiro matumbi butembo bawebase n'abasikali ku mwezi omusasula naye z'omutonzo zitusadde mbwe bukeera n'ogaziwa nga nkuyanja bakutte kitiya butamwebaza ng'entalo alwana zizo Kaviza weraga tochanzika kuchalo wemanyi musabaze kukumire singane mundu mwesiga kamira ngakole webaza olebe uje tokono kuna simanyi kokubera niko na kamira ngakole weza welimba simanyi kokubera welimba obiwaini kubulite ne kamira yomunire rakadani chani wange wamabure sikube ngoma haisala mukungu merirando magambe beti songo nesengo mugambe kamiranga kole webaza olebe uje tokolo Amerika magambe good life for the gambe ronde bantono mugambe
Katonda kate nyimba za Katonda zirumbye kidongo niebe kutikita fabulous legend be chizo remember that wabakwe ebintu byokola nga bintu bya sitani wabakwe unakola ki mu maso ga Katonda wabakwe ebintu byokola nga bintu bya sitani wabakwe unakola ki mu maso ga Katonda olokuba wetago kumaliriza naye nga kokola tekakkiriza nolowoozeko eri ekizikiza nabugezaako bijjakiriza kale kale nalibikozeseza naye gyentyamu ye maliriza omaliriza bikwakuwaza obanga butola ne bikuziiza oluusi ozijja mu bisiyaga eyo olulala ozijja mu kwetunda eyo nga bwe bakubuuza toyogerayo eyo owooza sente nze nzijjeeyo njagala mukkirize mu Katonda fukamira osabenga Katonda toyagala kyonna kye yatonda anakikuwa kasologonda njagala mukkirize mu Katonda okutamya Land Road eri Bulaya kakukomya ku airport okasaba omwana kakuwa afudde ate omukyala kakuwa malaya omusajja kakuwa musiyazi saba luyimba olwana na bebe naye Katonda akuwa na byonna.
urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane rurakiza abasinzi rugakiza abajura ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana rurakiza abakobwa rugakiza abahungu ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana rurakiza n'indwara rukaguha n'amani ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana rurakiza maraya rugakiza abapfumu ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora urukundo rw'Imana King of Kings. Come on. Lord of Lords. And lift up Jesus, lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus, lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus, lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus, lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus, lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus. Oh, lift him higher. Lift him higher. Yeah, lift up Jesus, lift up Jesus. Lift up Jesus.
bityoba bendituuka ku miryango gy'eggulu ngenda ne mbuuza biriba bitya biriba bitya bendituuka ku miryango gy'eggulu ngenda ne mbuuza alibani Pastor Haji Faza Kulaini emu abasamiza ababbi malaya fina tugende Museveni besije otuno kulaini emu Sadamu Gaddafi Obama fina tugende abeyo yenzagambe no gambabeyo kinajengambe no biriba bitya Kampise mu State House ogenda ku mikolo egy'abanene zene bannange ne twesunga ogenda okuyimbira abakulu kyokka kakadi ke bampa nakeerabira waffe mu nnyumba bajasi bawali tebazanya kata batulemesa emikolo batupakingisa ebbali mbu baagala kulaba ku kadi olijjo wanikye yava ŋŋamba nti jjayo feesi yo bagirabe pasita bugembe wanali munene ani atakumanyi wano mu kibuga nange kyenakola nenzijayo simayire ennene bakuba omwenda bajasi bawali tebazanya pasita bugembe tukulabye leeta ne kadi yo tugirabe munda tebakubayo atumanyi kata batulemesa ekimere olwonyumiza abaana naliko mu State House entebe byali bitya jjajja nakoma ku geeti ne banziza ngenda ne mbuuza biriba bitya biriba bitya alibani alituka Museveni besije otuno kulaini emu lukwago jinifa musisi fena tugende zenesunga kulaba katemba abantu bakuno abatematira basiba besamba ne beerabira kitaffe yagamba nti nno mwagalane mubeere emirembe mu dduniya babivaako dda badda mu ffujjo babivaako dda ne beerabira okufuna kadi biwoobe gali bamaziga ku miryango gy'eggulu temwesunga bajja n'ensimbi n'amannya amanene balijja ne ssente n'obujulizi obunene yenze yazimba ekkanisa eryewaffe Masaka nze yayamba eggwanga mbeegayiridde mu nnyambe taata laba weerabira okufuna kadi mama laba duka weefunire kadi ku miryango gy'eggulu tewazanya musululu moja kila muntu
Sobra kuona abana ne mukuru. Nzanzira mukuru.
Sagala kenda mukeyena webuze cyandoko sachi sagala kenda amba mbobi waini munywanyi wangeyo sagala kenda mukeyena chechinde tambidula ya mweyo sagala kenda echingano kunywako kengako sagala kenda bo akanabuza pademani sagala kenda mama Jenetina muzee mugambe sagala life kamini jukira kulaini emu muzeyi chirumira mugaga munange muzeyi kayula abajasi mubagambe wamabebe kulu munywanyi wangeyo chechindeta mbidula byamweyo Brian Dumba muganda wange ngambira be Masaka mu kyalo bavuma abalokole ku kyalo kyamweyo era weefunire kadi geyeneyo kyasagaja watanategeera eno kadi gye ŋŋamba Yesu yennyini akonko
NTV, turning on your world.
Sometimes children have amazing ideas, but they can lead to tough stains. And for tough stains, there's new Omo Fast Action. Its super fast cleaning technology removes stains fast. New Omo, no one removes tough stains faster.
They've had their struggle, but that's about to change. They're 15 individuals with different backgrounds and one goal. They'll be tested to the bone with 3 professional trainers and supervised by a reputable medical team. Weighed every week where one has to be eliminated. If you want to be inspired, have a healthy body, and gain confidence, this is your show. Follow these individuals on their amazing journey because cameras don't lie. Burn it up, transforming lives as we create a healthier Uganda.
On the next episode, brought to you by...
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
Life Stories.
Weekend oku life stories ndi Bihare ekyalo Katoje wano Mbarara district wenza okukyalira mwana mulenzi w'emyaka 12 gwe bayita Musa eyakeera ku macanga emisiwa gyonna gyekutte. Kiki otegeeza nti mufu talina kyayinza kukola? Wadde okukola bw'atasobola?
Egwapira ddala n'ebigero biraba bwe bamukola byo tebikkirizza.
Bw'atyo n'alemala tosobola kusaba 11 ku Sunday wano ku NTV.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and never fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
The word camera, my father once told me, came from the Latin word for room. Each person lives in camera, he said, in an isolated room full of secrets.
Something's definitely happening.
Honey, no, that's impossible. First babies are usually late. Oh. Ira. Yeah, it's me. Her contractions are 4 minutes apart. Okay. Okay, we'll see you there. You should go to the clinic. It's closer than the hospital. She's gonna call Nurse Gill, too. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
You didn't tell me it would hurt this much.
I swear, I didn't know.
But you're a doctor.
I'm a bone doctor.
Wait, stop the car.
What?
Just think. When we get back.
May I help you?
I'll take this.
Your wife will be very happy. When is she due?
Beg your pardon?
Well, this is a maternity robe.
I'm not married.
What? What are you looking at?
You.
Where's Ira?
There was an accident. He's fine. His car went into a ditch. He'll be here as soon as possible.
This baby won't wait.
Let's get her inside then.
Very good. Okay.
Just trying to relax. Just gonna take a little look inside. Everything looks good. I'd put her at 10 centimeters.
I delivered 5 babies in medical school. Each one of them is a success.
And this one will be too, Doctor. Okay, Nora. I'm gonna give you some gas that'll help with the pain.
Baby.
What's that?
If it's a girl, Paul, if it's a boy.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that, David? I meant to tell you. I decided.
Those are good names.
Phoebe and Paul, those are great names.
Okay, breathe in. Breathe in. You're doing fine.
God, it's coming fast.
You're doing fine too, Doctor. Just relax.
We're crowning.
Okay, Nora. Push. Push.
He's beautiful. He's beautiful.
I want to hold him. I want to see him.
We'll clean him up first, and then he's all yours. Doctor?
David, is he all right? Is he all right? Is everything all right?
He's perfect.
He's perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
What is
Yeah,
that?
it's okay.
What?
It's okay. It's just the placenta.
David.
Oh, God. Nurse!
Oh,
Everything's fine.
what's happening?
Nurse, I need you here right now.
David.
There's another baby. Give her more gas.
Okay, Nora. Breathe deep. That's it.
That's good. That's good. It's coming. I can see the head. It's coming fast.
Okay, Nora. Push. Push. I'll be right back.
It's a girl. It's a girl. It's a girl.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
All right, clean her up, please. But keep her in the other room. I don't want my wife to know yet. Sleep now, sweetheart. You were Incredible.
You beauty.
There's a home outside Louisville. I want you to take her there. She's a Mongoloid. She won't live long. Caroline? My sister died when she was 12. It destroyed my mother's life. I can't do that to Nora. Here. It's just off the highway, about 60 miles. I'll call ahead. I can't thank you enough.
Unfortunately, the blizzard will be continuing throughout the night. Please stay off the highway.
Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry. Everyone's gone home. I think you should be going home too.
Stop it! Well, don't just stand there. Give me a hand. Billy, stop it. Stop it. Hold him down. Now, get me the strap. Oh, stop it. Hold it down, Billy. Oh, hold this down. You the new nurse?
No, I'm here to... Did Dr. Henry call? Who? Doctor was supposed to call ahead. He said...
We're short-staffed tonight. Hold his legs down. Anybody called? I didn't hear about it. Okay, Billy. You don't settle down. You're going to be in these all day tomorrow. Do you understand me? What's that name again?
Dr. Henry.
Okay, wait here. Let me ask Janet.
You better hurry up. We're closing in 10 minutes.
Come on, little girl. That's good girl. Good girl. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Wait, come back! I have a baby here! I have a baby here.
You were so brave. Look at him. Our beautiful boy. Our perfect Paul.
What is it?
We had twins, honey. One of each.
Twins? Where is she?
You know I love you, right? Right? Oh, God. I'm so sorry. She died as she was born.
Did you forget something?
I was trying to get to the phone. I'm out of gas.
Out of gas. Listen, lady, at this time, in this weather, you're also out of luck. Oh, man. How old?
Newborn.
Listen, you gotta come join me on my rig. I delivered a load of milk. I'm just waiting out the storm. Lady, I'm considering that baby.
Name's Al. Al Simpson.
Caroline Gill.
I bet you have a story. Where were you two headed?
Lexington.
Lexington. If it's only Lexington, I can give you a lift. I might as well park the rig there. It's here.
If that doesn't put you out?
Oh, hell no. It's, pardon my French. Lexington is on my way.
Thank you.
He is perfect, isn't he?
I want to see her. Just for a moment, David. Please.
They took her away.
Well, he went down Miss Mouse's. Well, he went down Miss Mouse's.
Morning.
Oh, hi. I hope you don't mind. I made myself at home.
No, it smells good. I'm hungry.
That's great, because, yeah, I made lots.
Thanks.
I talked to a friend of mine, and, he's gonna fill your car with gas and drop it off this afternoon.
Why, that's incredibly kind.
Yeah, it's my infinite pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, listen, I've been meaning to say that I'm sorry for whatever happened with your little girl's, you know, her father.
Thank you.
I know for a fact how bad men can behave. And I used to behave a little bad myself sometimes.
I doubt that.
Anyway, I'm heading back to Pittsburgh. It's my home between runs. So. You know Pittsburgh?
No.
Oh, it's a great town. It's great. You should come visit sometime. Anyway, if you do, let me give you my phone number. You know, just in case you visit or, you know, you just want to talk sometime. I'm a pretty good listener.
I know that. Thank you.
Lexington East Clinic.
Hi, Ruby. It's Caroline.
I won't be coming in this afternoon. I'm coming down with something.
All right, well, don't worry, hon. I'll call in Emma. Hey, did you hear? Dr. Henry's wife gave birth
To a baby boy last night.
and a little girl who died.
She died?
Yes, isn't that awful?
Hi, Kay.
Honey, I'm so sorry. We all just rushed over as soon as we heard.
Thank you.
I just want you to know that we'll all be there on Tuesday.
What do you mean Tuesday?
We all talked her into it. We think it's the best thing.
A memorial?
Something small, something simple. It'll help us put her to rest.
Well, I don't think we need a public ceremony to do that.
She died. There's no shame in that.
No, of course not.
We need to mark her presence here on Earth.
Whose idea is this? Your little sewing circle?
Everyone agrees it's the right thing to do. Kay called the papers in the church. It's all been arranged.
Why didn't Kay call me? Why didn't you ask me about any of this?
This isn't wrong. You think this is wrong?
No, Nora.
You touched her. You held her. At least you held her.
Oh, God.
Caroline.
You told her she died?
Well, I tried to tell her the truth, but I know what it's like to grow up in a house with a terminally ill child. Any joy my mother had in her life disappeared when my sister was born. Phoebe only has half a brain. She'll wind up in a home eventually. No one raises mongoloids on their own. And why do I need to tell Nora any of this if it's just gonna break her heart?
You mean it's not broken now?
She didn't see the baby. Someday she'll recover, God willing. And she never will, knowing that her daughter's dying in an institute.
I couldn't leave her in that place.
Well, why not? Why in the world not?
Have you been there?
Look, do whatever you have to do. Find a better place for her, if you can. I have the birth certificate. It's not filled out. Take this.
I don't want your money.
It's not for you. Just please, don't tell Nora. Please, don't.
Don't you want to see her?
The first goodbye was hard enough.
Though little Phoebe's body rests elsewhere, we erect a stone here in her memory. The night is as clear as day. The darkness and the light are to thee both alike. Thou hast set our misdeeds before thee, and our secret sins in the light of thy countenance. For the things that are seen are transient, but the things that are unseen are eternal. We have committed her body to the elements, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Lord keep her and bless her. The Lord make his face to shine upon her and give her peace. Amen.
Excuse me, is this Caroline Gills? 3B? Yeah, she called, donated the stuff, left town this morning. To go where? Didn't say. Just said she was starting life over.
Thank you. David, thank you for today. For the new father. I bought it a couple of months ago, but I forgot about it and everything.
It's beautiful. Thanks.
Aren't you going to take our picture? The salesman said it was ready to go. you seeing someone?
What?
You're never home. And then when you are home, you're up in that damn dark room thing.
Come on, Nora. It's the free clinic. My patients need me.
I need you. I miss you. You never touch me. It's been 6 years.
I know. I'm just not ready yet.
Every child deserves an education. Every child deserves an education.
Mrs. Gill.
My daughter is 6 years old. And yes, it takes her more time, it's true, to learn new things, but she can do anything that every child her age can do. She can dress herself, she can recite the alphabet, she can count to 50, and yet, according to you, she's not allowed to attend public school.
Mrs. Gill.
And she's not alone. Every parent here has a child like her.
Your passion is admirable, Mrs. Gill, but the bottom line is these are mongoloid
We don't
children.
call them mongoloids anymore.
If we accede to your demands, overnight we'd have a flood of retarded individuals.
For example, Down syndrome. These children are not stupid.
But are they
They can do
capable
everything
of
that any
mastering
child-
academic skills? Why not teach them a productive and useful trade? Something they can...
6 years old. She doesn't need a trade.
Order, please. Sit down, sit down. One at a time, please. One at a time.
On you get, sweetie. There you go. So who put on your nightgown? Daddy. Okay, so what do you want to hear tonight?
Money, money.
You sure? All right. But if I forget something, you're gonna have to help me.
Okay.
Once there was a little bunny who was perfect in every way, except she wasn't like every other bunny. And when she went for a walk, the other bunnies would sometimes call her
Funny bunny.
Yeah. And how did that make her feel? Sad. So what did she do?
He went home to Mommy Bunny.
She went home to Mommy Bunny. And Mommy Bunny took her in her paws and said, everything is different. No two flowers are the same, no two butterflies, and no two bunnies. And that is why I love you. You're not my funny bunny, you're my honey bunny. You ready to go to sleep? Okay, let's take your glasses off. Good girl. Okay.
How was tonight?
Don't ask. How was Atlanta?
Why don't you want him to know where we live?
Because I'm afraid he'll take her back.
Over my dead body. Come here. Come on. Come here. Let me show you some dance moves I was working on with Phoebe. Only a little closer. Hmm?
I'll have a lot more time on my hands once Paul starts the first grade. And, well, my husband's never at home, so. Well, he's a very busy doctor.
Well, I only need someone part-time, but you're certainly pretty enough. I'm talking to another girl tomorrow. I'll let you know after the holiday. How's that?
I promise. You won't regret it.
Hi, baby. Isn't she the cutest? I keep telling her, I say, Elizabeth, honey, you are the cutest thing. I hope it doesn't go to her head. Ooh, like a little tomato juice with your vodka.
Oops.
It's a party. It needs to be a little more adventurous. Like this.
Okay.
Honey, if I had legs like yours, I would be living in mini skirts. Especially if I was married to David. He's so hot, I'm surprised you're not bow-legged.
Okay.
Come on, let me see you goof around. Sound like you're about to fall off.
Look at me! Paul! You get down from there. Get down right now.
He's a kid. He'll be fine.
Don't encourage him, David. Stop taking pictures. We're throwing a party.
Come on,
You
honey.
can't just hide behind the camera.
Nobody minds.
I do. It's rude. I organized everything. I made all the food. The least you could do is... Help! Paul, stop! Stop it! Get down this instant!
Ease up, Nora.
And put away the damn camera. I'm sorry I ever gave it to
Maybe
you.
lighten up a little on the liquor, shall we?
Oh, it's all right. You'll be fine.
Are you all right? Look a little bruised.
Oh, she's just on one of her things. I never know what sets her off. Kay, I told you I can't.
Paul! Paul! Tell me when.
Is it broken?
I don't know, it could be.
You said nothing would happen and he broke his arm.
Yeah.
It could have been his neck.
Well,
or
it
his
wasn't,
back.
was it? Just stop it, Nora, please. Just stop it. Stop, Nora, please. Just stop. Stop. Stop.
You're so good to me.
How do I rate this?
You're a wonderful husband, and I'm a terrible nagging wife.
Hey, where were you? There was a phone call, something about a job.
Did I get it? I got it? Did I? I got it? Oh, is it okay? I'll be a better mother, a perfect wife. Please, please.
Well, sure, but...
So what's in there? Is that where you keep your dirty pictures?
Oh, that's just insurance papers. Hey, I'm almost done in here. Why don't you get ready for bed? And I'll be right over.
Don't be long.
and then draw?
No, not exactly. I use a camera obscura.
I didn't think they still made those.
They don't. I made it myself. It's beautiful.
It's impressive.
Thank you.
My name's David, by the way.
I'm Howard.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, listen, how long are you folks down here? Because I'd love to show it to you if you...
Well, we got another week. Nora here's the queen of Kentucky travel agents. We're here because of all of her hard work. How about yourself?
I'm going to be here all summer. I'm kind of in the middle of a messy divorce. So.
That's too bad. Well, maybe you'll come with us to dinner. Does that sound okay, hon?
Sure. Yeah. Come to dinner.
Thank you. Never seen anything like it.
It started when Paul broke his arm. First it was the x-rays, and then I went into the operating theater with a telephoto lens. What do you think that is?
It's not a tree?
Well, actually, it's the human heart. Here you go.
Thanks. That was amazing, Paul. You were amazing.
Thanks.
Got a lot of amazing talent in this house, David.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see what you do. It's a mahogany box. It seals out all light except for a tiny pinpoint, which focuses whatever image you're aimed at back onto a screen inside.
Right.
A lot of famous painters used it. Vermeer, Da Vinci, perhaps.
Well, I'd love to see that. Paul and I are going deep-sea fishing tomorrow, but maybe the next day.
Sure. Anytime. Though I am in all tomorrow morning, Nora. Perhaps you'd like to come. See it. Perhaps I could even draw you.
We'll see.
Paul, wake up. Paul, it's time to go. Don't wake your mom.
Well, you heard what he said, right? He said it was amazing.
Which you are. I just don't think you should shut doors.
Are you kidding me? Juliet is opening doors, not closing them.
It's a dream. It's not reality. You know, you've led a very
Well, you don't think
privileged...
I'm good enough?
I don't think you can make a solid living as a musician, Paul.
What if I'm in next Segovia, huh? What if I have
What
it
if
in
you
me and I
find
don't
the
even
cure
have to try?
for an awful
That
disease?
is
What?
your dream, Dad, not mine.
That may be. But it's
You
not
think
something you
music
can
is
just...
less important than science? What do you know? You know what? Screw you. You know what damn thing.
Paul! Paul!
Move it!
Paul!
Come on!
Okay!
Move it!
Phoebe, sweetie, what is it?
Time for breakfast, Mom.
Okay, we'll be right down.
Why are you two so lazy today?
Should we tell her?
Tell me what?
It's a surprise. We'll tell you all at breakfast.
Surprise! That's so nice. Thank you, sweetie.
Oh, sweetie.
You made me a card, look. Mm-hmm. I did. I said, yes, come here. Oh, yes, sweetie.
Oh,
baby.
thank you so much.
Will you be our flower girl?
Yeah.
Oh man, this place is so cool.
He comes here when he doesn't want to be with us, which is pretty much all the time.
He took all these pictures?
Most of them, yeah. He's such an ass. He wants my music to become a hobby like this. He wants me to become a doctor.
Dude, that sucks. Is that your mom?
Yeah?
Nice. What does she say?
Got her own problems. I don't even know why they're still married. Their marriage sucks.
Join the club. Do you do that?
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Who's Phoebe?
She's my twin sister. She died when we were born.
Cool.
Hey, hey, hey! Hey, man, what are you doing? Your dad will kill you!
I don't care anything I care. Screw him!
He wants to meet her. What? The latest letter you brought me. He says what he did was a mistake, and he wants to know where we live.
What do you think?
He wants to take her from us, Al.
I doubt that.
I can't risk it.
You'll have to get past me first. Come on. Let's go to bed. Okay, buddy. Here we go. Oh, you are not getting any lighter.
NTV, turning on your world.
Hey, Chipopo, ebyo bwerere, jango birabe, jango towakana, ku Airtel Money, akakadde kagwirawo buli deire.
Yes, Towakana, with 1 million shillings up for grabs every day. Kagwira Woku Airtel Money. Simply send and receive money. Top up your airtime or data. Pay for utility bills, groceries, fuel, and much more with Airtel Money. And you could be one of the day's 5 lucky winners. And if Mr. Money and his crew find you making a transaction, you win cash on the spot. Terms and conditions apply.
Airtel Money. Simple, secure, instant.
They've had their struggle, but that's about to change. They're 15 individuals with different backgrounds and one goal. They'll be tested to the bone with 3 professional trainers and supervised by a reputable medical team. Weighed every week where one has to be eliminated. If you want to be inspired, have a healthy body, and gain confidence, this is your show. Follow these individuals on their amazing journey because cameras don't lie. Burn it up, transforming lives as we create a healthier Uganda.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just kind of lost it. I can make it up. Just tell me what you want.
Hold this.
That's you and your sister, huh?
June,
How'd she die again?
she was born with a hole in her heart. It was just a matter of time.
Oh, hello, yes, I'd like to speak to the congressman, please. My name's Caroline Gill. Yeah, it's about Down syndrome.
Phoebe, you know what they told us today?
What?
Finally, you're allowed to attend public school.
Right, just when you graduate. Great.
Outstanding work. Thank you. Thank you. And my greatest thanks to Dr. Salter and the Winsley Gallery of Pittsburgh for supporting my work. I'm a doctor. I understand science, but I'm afraid I'm fairly inarticulate when it comes to art. My son calls me a boring medical egghead, which I no longer dispute. In camera means, more or less, in secret. And I think photography does the exact opposite. I think it reveals what is hidden. But I look at these photographs and I have no idea where they came from.
But how can one live without theory? I see the passion in your work, but I don't see the point.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking really.
David? Have I changed that much?
Do you two know each other?
Yes, we do. Excuse us. Good God. Caroline. You live here in Pittsburgh? Looked all over for you. Atlanta, Cleveland, all those places you had me send letters.
My husband's a long-distance trucker. He'd pick him up and bring him back to me.
You're married.
Yes.
And Phoebe, is she still with you?
Of course.
I came to your apartment that day after the service. You'd already left.
Were you coming to take her back?
I don't know. I just wanted to see her.
No. You just wanted to make sure that I wouldn't tell. All those years, you sent nothing but little notes and lots of money. You never asked about her or me. Then out of the blue, I get some long, rambling letter about how you want her back in your life. Did you really think that I was going to let you take her away?
That was never my intention.
Well, you didn't intend any of this, did you?
Yes,
Dr. Henry, is everything okay?
I'll be right out. Look,